PKA 660. Guest Matt Farrah, the smoking tire. Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load and Distro.com, and also an in memoriam. This episode brought to you by Johnny Hardwick, the voice of Dale Gribble from the most underrated show of all time, King of the Hill, passed away today. RIPs in the comments for Johnny Hardwick.
How'd he die?
The funniest characters. Probably smoking related.
He was 59, right?
You know, I saw a lot of articles that said 59 and 64, and it took me very little time to realize it was 59. Like I saw
his lungs were 64.
Yeah, his lungs were 64. I guess he smoked just like the character Dale. He was a character actor.
I thought that was a joke. I thought you were joking because the character smoked so much that the actor died of. Oh wow! Okay,
you can only get true vocal authenticity one way. There's only one way to do it, and man, is it accurate though? It's really spot on. That voice, that smoker's voice is
a lot of the best of character or voice actors. All are heavy smokers.
Which one's Dale?
Dale's like Hank's tall friend. He's like Hank's tall friend. I can only do him if I'm yelling, and I can't do him well at all.
So he's the conspiracy theorist who's an exterminator who wears a hat and sunglasses constantly. He's very skinny.
Mm-hmm.
If that doesn't get it done, then you just don't know the show.
I just don't watch much of the show. I'm thinking that's Boomhauser, but I don't know.
Boomhauser? Yeah, Woody
you don't watch King of the Hill. It's all right.
I haven't seen it in probably
that guy.
That's the one I'm thinking of. But okay.
Is he dressed? Is he at a Comic-Con in this picture, or is the animation of him just too fucking accurate?
I think we have the same mic.
Like I was watching like earlier today. I was like, damn, that sucks. There was going to be a King of the Hill revival, no Dale. And so I looked up on YouTube. I'm like, all right, what are some like Mike Judge interviews? The longest Mike Judge interview is from like 6 years ago, and it is on Alex Jones. And what's funny about it is any clip you've ever seen of Alex Jones, he's interrupting constantly. He will not let people like get words out correctly. He's got to jump in and clarify. And like, with Mike Judge, though, he clearly has so much respect for Mike Judge. He does not interrupt once. He allows Mike Judge to just monologue and will like ask a clarifying question.
Folks, the creator of Beavis and Butthead is here. And folks, you got to listen to what this guy's got it. Beavis, Butthead, they're in. They know. They knew, and he knew.
Mike, tell me, what do you think about gun control? And you can tell, like, you might think Mike Judge is like a hardcore conservative, but he's more just like, yeah, I don't like it, but I mean, I own guns. Mostly I'm trying to make, a funny show. Like, he's just trying to be entertaining.
Purely over it. Like he is the most over it person. I mean, because he's Office Space too, right? Isn't that
he's
also Mike Judge?
Yeah. King of the Hill. I was looking up. He was like on that interview with Alex Jones. He was talking about how like the difference between how he and the Simpsons and like they all did it, because the Simpsons, like they have real ass voice actors. They'll be like, let's have John Lennon come in. And he said he kind of almost did it more like South Park, even though those shows kind of started concurrently, where that guy who did the voice of Dale Gribble was a friend of his. Like he was not a professional voice actor. He was just like, hey, John, do that impression you do of that guy, Steve. And then John apparently was like, no one knows who Steve is, though, for the show. And Mike Judge is like, who cares? It's a funny voice. Just do that. And so that's how they got Dale Gribble's voice. And I was just cracking up watching that. So RIP to Dale Gribble. Very sad.
Do you know who else isn't a voice actor? Mila Kunis. I think I have her name right. Do I have it right?
Mila Kunis.
You nailed it.
Isn't it Mila? I believe it's Mila.
Okay, I get close. I asked for assistance.
Yeah, but like she's an actor. Like,
but I saw her interview
like she's a fucking plumber.
And she's like, people ask me what my Meg voice is. This is it. I don't do impressions. I don't do voices. I just talk. Yeah. And
not the OG Meg.
Like the Brian voice in Family Guy, like that's just fucking what's his name?
That's just McFarlane.
McFarlane. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Lisa?
Did you guys ever see?
Lisa is the person who does Lisa Simpson just sounds like Lisa Simpson. Like she doesn't do anyone else.
Her name's Nancy Cartwright. Have you heard her Scientology ads? She doesn't.
No.
Well, she doesn't. And no. It
depends how much you pay.
Yeah. So I've heard her do Scientology spiel in the character's voice. And I'm like, ooh, somebody's probably not happy that she's doing that. Like, I don't think you're allowed, but it's her voice. So she's like, hey, man, don't have a cow. Sell your soul.
Meanwhile, Matt Groening is like, I'm getting closer to Satan.
Yeah. Matt Groening, I feel like he has to be like borderline kidnapped to continue to do that show. Like, there is no way the guy who invented The Simpsons is like excited that his baby is 25 years into being bad.
I think 25 it's more than that, dude.
You might be right. Yeah, like it stopped being good around 9/11.
Like 91, 92, like
89.
Early.
They had 8 good years.
89?
Yeah, it's older than me,
dude.
It's 8 years of goodness, like and that's 30. Better than any other show you can name. It's 8 years of amazing TV, and it's better than any other show you can name.
Yeah,
it's really impressive what they did. They should have killed it when the cow was just getting old and could still like we had to put a pet down this week. It was time, Sometimes it's time. That's what they should have done with The Simpsons. You're doing them a favor. All those characters. Let Homer ride off into the sunset and be Homer. Let Bart go and be himself. Don't. Dude,
it would be a good end to The Simpsons.
I want to hear
like the Sopranos, where like they all go to the Krusty Burger in like season 11, and Homer's like walking to the table with his Krusty Burger, like, Marge, did you note it? And then it's just cut to black. Yeah. Did Homer die? Was he killed? Is that just the end of the story? You don't know.
I think the consensus of The Sopranos was that he was, right? I think that the consensus is that he is murdered in front of his family.
Lots of context clues and things earlier in that season and other.
It'd be a good way for The Simpsons to end. Homer murdered in front of Marge, Bart, and Lisa. It would be a full circle conclusion to his like suicidal note in like episode
Halloween 2. Special, maybe.
A Treehouse of Horror where he died. They die all the time in Treehouse of Horror.
My favorite Treehouse of Horror instance is when
you're all over this ancient show.
I'm like,
I've heard of that.
It's on TV tonight. What are you ancient?
Probably
it's a new one tonight, baby.
Okay, the episode you're about to tell us about, is it from last week?
Fuck no, it's from 1995.
Yeah, it's a good
1995.
Yeah,
how old were you in 1995?
4.
30 seconds. It's a little quick. They walk out of the house.
1995.
And Flanders, everybody's turned to zombies. The Simpsons are running their car for cover. Homer's got the gun. Flanders goes, "Hey there, neighborino, how about you let me nibble on your ear a little bit?" Homer turns around, doesn't even hesitate. Boom! Blows his head off. Bart goes, "Dad, you killed zombie Flanders." And Homer goes, "Zombie?"
Yeah,
that's it. That's my favorite little. It was so funny to me as a kid that had me rolling.
Flanders is pretty solid there, Kyle.
That
was a very good Flanders.
I wasn't trying.
That was a good Flanders.
The three of us all are really
do better.
Hell, how diddly, Homer. How about a little eat of that brain or Reno? Like whatever the hell he would sound like.
Oh, that's pretty good too. That's pretty good.
Yeah, do a poo, Woody. You can do a poo.
I don't know what to say. It's half of the impression.
Say welcome to the Quickie Mart.
Welcome to the Quickie Mart.
In your world.
That is not a good impression.
Yeah, I know. It never is.
How about thank you come again?
And those guys are both very good at impressions, which just sets the disparity.
Thank you.
Sure. Every impression I try to do ends up sounding like a Middle Eastern guy.
I just go a little deeper and slower, and it's not any accent at all.
Yeah.
But I bet you can do a great Middle Eastern guy.
Mine?
Yeah, like if
I am. Look, I have the arm hair to prove that I am enough Middle Eastern to do the voice without getting canceled. I can do.
Where are the Middle Eastern? Do you have whatever family from the Middle East, and where's?
I mean, you got to go back like great grandparents are from Syria. Like I don't know a single, like I have no relatives that speak Arabic or anything like that. The story was there were some wars in Syria in 1900. Yeah, right. Pick a year.
Right,
there were some wars fill
Yeah.
in the year. And they used to have their passports tattooed on the back of their hands. And the story that I was told was that my great grandfather killed a guy and cut off his hand and did the old dead hand in the sleeve trick to get out of the cut. Yeah.
I think the Simpsons can.
Holy shit. That's Indiana
Yeah,
Jones.
it's pretty gnarly stuff.
That's awesome.
Pretty fucking
It's
crazy.
like Mission Impossible
That's
too,
such
right?
a fun. That's such a good bit that like I'm gonna remember that forever. I wish someone would write that into a movie. That's good.
I'm sure
That's good.
Well,
How many eyeballs have we
Minority
seen,
Report? He did the
past retinal
eyeball
scanners?
scan. Yeah. This was but
he did it for real
in the sleeve.
Well, you'd have to kill someone and be ready to go like that day because it's a dead hand now. Like it's not
you
going to
kill a guy
last.
on the way to the border. Yeah, I mean, you have to have your wizard sleeve ready to go.
Yeah, you'd be ready to go.
You grab one of those jars of pickled
dumbass.
eggs. You know that jar of pickled eggs and that red liquid above the bar that no one ever grab that. Be like, I'll give you $40 for that. Yep, add it to my tab. Take that, put it in the car, throw the hand in. We're heading to the border, baby. And everybody gets eggs.
Now you have a
Everyone's got an egg
stinky
on the way.
hell of a
We're on
night.
Snack.
Yeah,
This guy's hands smell suspiciously of vinegar.
You show up stinking
It's
like
all
eggs
red
and vinegar.
stained.
They're like, come on, just go through. Get out of here, man. It's fucking sick.
Gross, dude.
I remember there was a jar of those at this country store we'd hang out in. There was always a jar of those pickled eggs up on the shelf, and we hung out in there a lot. You know, we'd have lunch there every day. I was in there and breakfast too, and I'd stop there for gasoline and stuff. I'd never ever saw anybody eat one of those disgusting fucking eggs. No one was like, hey.
They sell them like Lucy's, you know?
Yeah.
NYPD will kill you for fucking selling them things.
They sell pickles that way, but not pickled eggs.
Yeah.
No, both of
barrel
those.
full of Lucy's.
I like those. It made me think of those individually wrapped dill pickles that you can get that are just in the juice in the
Hot
package.
Mama.
No other snack is like that.
You know what I'm talking about, the gas station. It's like, all right, what do I need right now? I need 3 days of sodium stat. Like,
it was the only way to get a fucking pickle in jail. So if you wanted pickle as like a garnish or a topping or like,
seriously, you can get a hot mama in jail.
I don't know if they were brand name, but it was a big dill pickle in
generic hot mama.
Yeah.
Was it? But in prison, it's kind of like being a Native American, where I bet you used every part. Like if you're out in the wild, like you're just like throwing away that vinegar juice, but in prison, you're like, no, this can be made into something.
Look, I can ferment this.
We can distill this into a fine powder and forge it into a shiv. Or
that's good for wounds. You boil that vinegar down.
Did you ever get in trouble from a fellow prisoner for like them thinking you were wasting something? I've heard that before in jail. Like stinky is bad, and like people perceiving you as being wasteful is bad.
Well, I wasn't wasteful, so that wasn't going to happen because there is this. I always had plenty of food and stuff in my locker. Maybe I ran out of salsa one day. It's like first world problems, you know. But
I think that's a second world problem. I actually don't think that's a
second world problem. Second world oh, that is salsa. But there was this thing where like you've got one shopping day a week, and if you were to run out of something that you absolutely needed, like, I don't know, toothpaste or a fucking comb to brush your hair or whatever, like, you'd have to pull some favors to get a new one, I guess. So I wasn't wasting shit at all. I had my one, you know those little plastic containers you put your soap in to keep your soap for later at camp? You know, everything's like that. I dried the soap off before I put it in there, so it wouldn't be soggy and have that layer on the outside that's no good that just sloughs away next time you bathe. No, pat that soap dry, baby. We're not made of soap. So no, I remember one time I was going to take a shit, and you bring your own toilet paper for that. You know, there's not toilet paper. There's toilet paper in there, I think, but it's awful. You can see through it. And there's a line or whatever to the shitter, or there's people showering and stuff. So I'm just chilling outside, and I sit my toilet paper down, and some big guy comes by, and he's like, "Oh, Reed Sharman," and I'm like, "Whoa, no, that's my toilet paper. I'm going to take a shit. That's mine." He's like, "Oh, I thought somebody just left it." He's like, he caught me kind of look. I was so
like
glad
the
I didn't
place was filled with thieves.
Oh, God,
the level of integrity in here is lacking. God, it's like, come on.
He was just going to walk away with my toilet paper.
I can't believe it. You'd think it'd be safe.
But yeah, even toilet paper, I wouldn't roll off.
You go a
too
week
much,
with like terrible toilet paper, a roll of Charmin might as well be a roll of fucking spun gold. I mean, damn.
Could you get wet wipes? That's where the money is.
No, not that I remember.
Dude, they don't even allow.
I was so constipated from the stress. I think I only took like 3 shits in the 2 months I was in there.
That's still unreal to me. That Matt, he lasted a month without shitting. 3 weeks.
I don't remember exactly how long it was.
Like literally, could have died.
I think it was at least 22 days is the number that I've got in my head.
His ass was in defense mode.
Obviously, it was fresher at the time. So whatever I said when I came out is like the exact time. But
I picture
it was
Kyle's
so long.
digestive system being like a Revolutionary War musket, just getting loaded again and again for some reason.
Wow.
You pack that shit down, and then another meal until the whole barrel's filled.
Like Hank Hill.
That's like real unhealthy.
I was like,
you were probably approaching surgery.
Oh yeah.
I was at the point where I was going to ask. I was going to tell the nurse. I was going to tell the nurse if it went.
You guys don't know no shit September.
No shit. I feel sick every September.
I'm sorry, Kyle. What were you saying? It's time. You go ahead.
No. I was going to tell the nurse if it had gone on much longer. But I think but when I did finally shit, it wasn't like some colossal moment. It was like, okay, we're pooping again. Good.
Wait, you just took a regular shit after that?
Maybe even a less than regular shit.
That's fucking. There's some still in there, bro.
I wasn't eating a lot either. Like I was eating
absorbed back into your fucking.
I was eating very, very little anyway because I was trying to lose weight while I was in there. Like what better time than when you're in prison? I always hear about people who get fat in prison. It's like,
right.
What are you doing to yourself? Like this, you had it. You
have an opportunity.
There's nothing but you got nothing but time, and the food is bad here, so there's no reason to pig out on it.
You're stressed out. I could see just eating all the time.
Anyway,
if I was in jail within 24 hours, I'd be back to smoking like 2 packs a day.
You'd have to
do they even
pay for
allow
it
that
somehow.
anymore?
Huh? No, they don't allow cigarettes, but they're there.
Oh, wait, they don't allow cigarettes are not allowed anymore?
No, there haven't been cigarettes in prisons for a real long time. Federal prisons, I'm talking.
Things have changed since I went.
Man,
that's ridiculous.
I got time. I'd be like Mr. fucking cigarettes. I would fucking go right.
You'd be the cig man. Yeah,
I don't know what they cost.
Red and Shawshank.
I bet it reduces violence and problems to just let them have cigarettes, right?
Yeah,
so it waits.
Yeah, like that just seems like bullying.
The best thing about a cigarette is it takes care of these 5 minutes. It's a pause button on these 5 minutes to the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And so if you could just smoke cigarettes all day, before you know it, the fucking day is over.
Yeah, but there's a lot of
do the math. How many cigarettes will get you through 60 days in?
So many.
Thousands.
If you were locked up, you'd be 2 packs a day, no problem. Like
Easy.
If you could smoke freely. If you're just sitting there all day playing poker and just trying to kill the time, 2 packs a day, no problem.
Yeah, you do 3 an hour, fucking for 12 hours. That's 2 packs right there.
I saw where there was a jail, like a city jail somewhere, and the sheriff or police captain, whatever, who's in charge there, had invented his own nicotine vape for his prisoners. And because it has to be made in such a way
he's doing fucking science on them down there. It's like Dr. Zhivago. Like it is.
Well, I think the proprietary parts of the
Cyanide
vape are still there, but he's kind of stuck it in this flimsy ass straw material that you can see through, and everything's bendy, and the battery sucks, and it's just like this is good for nicotine, nothing fucking else. And they're like,
how interesting.
Fair.
Yeah, that's kind of.
But I think they take the nicotine cartridge out and then smoke it, light it, and smoke it.
Freebase the nicotine
and just fucking get blasted. But
it's made of like a pasta noodle, like a straw at some restaurant.
Yeah.
God, I was just in Europe. I love that pasta noodle straw. That's fucking great.
How
we got rid of? Huh?
They really have that?
You haven't had that before, Taylor? They have those here sometimes.
No.
There's some
go to an
places that
upscale
have
restaurant.
It's a fucking dry piece of pasta.
Instead
of
a
straw.
A paper straw?
Way better than paper. Way better than paper.
My experience is paper straws work, but one, I don't know. I guess I have a sensitivity to putting paper in my mouth because it gives me like the tingles.
I feel you.
And two, it doesn't stop working, but it loses its structural integrity, and I hate that.
Yeah.
Pasta straws are prone to cracking, and plastic's not, so they're not as good, but it's a step up from paper.
But they don't turn to mush. Yeah, and you can save them and make dinner later.
Everywhere around here does plastic straws. Like they're just better. Yeah.
They are. Yeah. I mean, in terms of functioning as a straw, if that's what you're looking for from a straw, then they are at the top of the heap.
Dude, that is my number one. When I'm drinking something through a straw, I'm looking for suction. I'm looking for pleasantness. I'm not looking to hustle through my Diet Pepsi.
I want to know. I'm saving the coral reefs over here, Taylor, and I don't want any microplastics in my.
How they successfully fooled people into thinking that straws are at all a thing that is like really impactful on the world.
They found that one turtle.
Hey, everyone, it's actually not these giant multinational corporations destroying rivers and oceans. It's you not wanting soggy paper in your cup. That's what's causing the problem.
There was literally an article about like 3,000 word article in Slate or Vox or one of those about like this week about how we got fucking bamboozled into blaming straws for all the ills of the world. Yeah. And actually, I mean, it's probably better. Like, okay, it's one of many contributing, how we focused on just the straw was like, it's a ridiculously small amount. And it's one thing. And I think it's probably better that restaurants don't like default to straws. Like, hey, do you want a straw? Yes. If you don't ask for it, you don't get one. Like, okay, I can drink out of a fucking cup, like whatever. But yeah, we got pretty hoodwinked.
I never know what to believe, right? Like Zach just posted a stat. Plastic straws only comprise 2.5% of roughly 8 million tons of plastic. Okay.
I think it was smaller than that.
0.025%.
0.025%.
Oh, I converted the quarter 0.025 to, you know what I did? I made the decimal a percentage, but it was already percentage.
0.02%.
The challenge with that is this. Like, I could find one sunken car bumper and be like, this is parallel to 175,000 straws by weight.
Right.
But it's not.
But a car bumper is not going in a turtle's nose, is it?
Right. A car bumper, like it, I guess, doesn't dissolve into microplastics that just like filled the entire drinking water system or whatever. Where straws are turning into these little itty bits of problem in a way that a solid. So I just don't know that weight or mass is a proper way to measure the straw's impact.
But I mean,
what
the straw
happens here
isn't the
is
only
a politician,
type of plastic out there.
A fucking, not even a politician, a fucking staffer leaned over and said, "Ma'am, look at what we're all doing right now. Simple plastic drinking straw. That's where we should strike first. We need a tent pole fucking topic for our environmental program, and we've all got one in our hands right now. What about Starbucks? Do not go after Starbucks. Straws, people. Straws.
Yes. That's what. Oh, you remember Starbucks? What Starbucks did when they had a big PR campaign around the same time as the straw, where they're like, we're taking the straw and the plastic cup we currently have, and we're combining to simplify into this sippy cup, which has more plastic than both combined. And it's like, they just wanted to like save on their, like on a production line or be able to like purchase that shit easier and not have to have two items that they don't need instead of one, which eventually they did go back to plastic straws.
Here's where
remember when they banned plastic bags and made everyone use paper bags. And then the grocery store said, well, this is too expensive, so you have to pay for the paper bags. And then they unbanned plastic bags, but kept the bag charge.
This
happened in California. You couldn't get a plastic bag. They all said the paper bags were so expensive that you have to pay for them. Okay, fine. I'll eat the fucking 10 cents, whatever. And then they unbanned plastic bags, but they kept the bag charge. I mean, you talk about a lobbyist victory.
California is something special. So on the East Coast,
we're dumb as
when you go to a restaurant and you need napkins. You go to a little napkin dispenser and you grab like a 1/4 inch. And if you're like a wasteful asshole, you grab like a 1/2 inch of napkins or something. It's probably more than you need.
Yeah.
You go to California. I went there. I grabbed my little 1/4 inch of napkins, and my Californian coworkers couldn't believe the audacity in me to grab like 8 napkins that I didn't probably need, that I was going to throw away clean napkins. And it was like, shit, that's just the Jersey way. I don't know.
If somebody
I'm going to throw away
like
their portion
me,
too.
I would tell them stories about burning piles of tires in my childhood. like, do you think you can make a fucking difference? If you could labor your whole fucking life like Hercules, it wouldn't fucking be a drop in the bucket. You'd be a 2% of 1%, and you wouldn't even be a millionth percent of that, you fucker, cutting your straws out. I'll burn tires tonight on your behalf. Fucking napkins. Get out of here. That's so stupid. Anything environmental that they try to shove down your throat is horse shit. It's fucking horse shit. There's 300 million of us. There's another 7 billion fucking assholes out there, and all of them in Southeast Asia are the dirtiest, trashiest people you can imagine.
Dude, China and India behave like the ocean
Indonesia
wronged them. Like that's like China dumps trash like the ocean is an eon old enemy. Like they hate the sea and they hate everything that lives in it. And they're telling us we can't.
It seems like a lot of our policies, at least in California, are like they begin with good intention, but then they just then they take a left, they take a turn somewhere, and they turn into this thing that we have to do, on an individual level, or something we can do differently, but that like the giant corporations don't have to change their behavior.
No, they change too. That's not fair. They're definitely being regulated, and they're cleaning up the power plants and shit like that. I think that sometimes people make the mistake of being like, you know what? Regular people don't burn any energy at all. It's really these companies that are using all the energy. Meanwhile, you're comparing me, who's running an air conditioner, to someone who's molting dirt into concrete, or however you make concrete. I don't know, turning sand into glass, things that take a ton of energy. Like Woody doesn't use any energy. It's this steel mill over there that's irresponsible. And it's like, nah, I can still be irresponsible. I just don't have as
well. Yeah, I mean, we can too, but it's presented in my experience, it's presented particularly in California as an individual thing. And sometimes it is, like, for instance, like, when we had like a drought last year and they said, look, we need you to water your lawns 1 day a week instead of 3. Okay. And actually a lot of people did, myself included, reduced our water, and I fucking put buckets in my shower and watered my plants with extra shower water and that kind of stuff. And that did get us through. But it seems to be like whatever we can do to not affect capitalism too much, definitely don't stop the profits from rolling. Let's all make sure, let's make all the people buy expensive electric cars rather than put in an infrastructure that gets some people out of cars who don't want to be in their cars.
On that note, I've noticed like, they're all about buy a fuel efficient car. They're all about buy an electric car. Here's some incentives to do so. But work from home, they're pushing your ass back into the office constantly. They're like, I don't, you got to come to work and deal with your coworkers.
Dude, it's not working. Like the whole going back to work, like in offices, like, I have one of my buddies is in California, and he's a commercial real estate guy in California. And he will like straight up tell me he'll be like, it's fucking brutal out here, man. Nobody wants anywhere to rent. Like I'm trying to
gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger.
Yeah, I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger.
They should convert some of those offices to apartments, man. Yeah, commercial real estate in California is pretty fucked. And remember like at the end of 2020, how they were like, oh, by the way, like the air is like the cleanest it's been in 40 years, and working from home was like actually like the biggest positive change that we could do for our air and our water and all this and all this stuff.
Loved it. Everyone's like, this is so much better lifestyle. An hour a day commuting to work in traffic is just sucking the soul out of me. And meanwhile, working from home is bringing joy. And people were buying their own desks. They were upgrading their homes. They were happily investing in their work from home infrastructure because they thought it was worth it.
And
there are granted like some people and some jobs that need that need to be done in person, and there's some people that thrive in an in-person environment, and like cool, like let them do that, like make that an option. But there's other people that can be just as productive and work from home. And those people are reducing their, I mean, even just, just as an example, I drive a lot of cars. So my vehicular impact is probably more than the average person, but and I have a car collection, although those vehicles are not typically generating emissions because they sit a lot of time. But both my wife and I used to have regular cars that we would use to drive around. And starting in 2021, we ditched one of them entirely. And so now the two of us can share a car because she works from home. And so we are literally using half the amount of car on an everyday basis because one of us, doesn't have to commute to anywhere, which it saves everybody. And it's electric. So we're going green.
Yes.
Taylor, I'm
Where's
curious.
the energy come from?
Asking you as a younger
California,
guy.
most of it's clean. In California, our energy is pretty good. But you buy an EV.
But I was going to say, we don't have enough.
Not so much.
Like we all switch to electric cars tomorrow. Not only are there not enough electric cars for that, but there's not enough power for that.
Yeah, no, that is definitely true. We could overwhelm
where do people
the
think
power
the
grid in a
electricity
lot of
comes from?
places.
From the sky.
Well,
There's a fusion reactor in the sky. You haven't noticed it?
Oh, yes. Certainly not oil or natural gases or no.
It's it depends on the state, and some states are good and other states are not so good, and some countries are good and other countries are not so good. And so yeah, definitely
more nuclear power.
Problem.
That's what we need.
It is.
I like some nukes.
100%.
Pro nuke.
I think even the blue team is coming around to the idea that nuclear power is part of the solution.
It seems so efficient.
Yeah.
In California, it's the most efficient by far. If you look at the cost per the net cost per unit watt, whatever they use for that, it's always
emission wise, it's far and away the best.
It's like this fraction of a penny with per unit of energy. In California,
I met a guy who was researching.
Is nuclear cheaper?
Nuclear is the cheapest source of energy, and it has been since they invented it.
But there's not a huge boondoggle of money to be made with wind shit, wind, the amount of money pissed away in that, it's absurd. Hey, let's make a whole field ugly, inefficient, and kill all the birds.
So in Georgia,
I love that fucking argument. Republicans never gave a shit about any animal ever in the history of the goddamn planet. And then you suggest a clean energy source, and they're like, what about the birdies? I'm really concerned about birdies. My major concern, my environmental, I don't know, essence.
Dude, there are huge environmental things that the right needs to pay attention to. And the idea that you're going to have a bunch of fucking windmills out there doing anything but them breaking years before they achieve the amount of energy intake that they took to produce, it's just a laugh. They don't spin all the time. They're not regular. They are the most absurd, ridiculous way to get energy when we already have nuclear.
Taylor, do you know why you've got a big field of fucking wind generators and there's 20 of them and 7 are spinning fucking so fast, and then some are just not moving at all. Why is that?
Because it's just an inefficient way. It's just an inefficient way to get power compared. It's so old timey.
10 feet here.
It's just they're slowing the wind down. They're slowing the wind down.
It's so anachronistic to go back to wind. Everything else is better than wind. Solar's better than wind. Gas is better than wind. Nuclear is better than wind.
Do you remember when someone
you need a Dutch character who loves
a sailboat? Someone 3 weeks ago, someone was like, "Here's what we're gonna do with freight sails." They reinvented the sailboat.
See, that's what they're doing with the windmill, and they're like, "Guys, we have this great. We've tapped a Dutchman from 800 years ago on how to get power." We actually came up with 5 times
cheaper than nuclear. I knew we had our facts wrong because I had seen this 1,000 times. Nuclear is one of the most expensive.
Just for the that's the upstart. It's expensive to build a nuclear reactor, but once you're going with it, it is easy to maintain. It's super cheap. It doesn't cause emissions problems. It doesn't take up a huge amount of room. Nuclear just seems like the smart option.
It's part of it because it works when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, and those are real things. Mm-hmm. So I'm not denying that nuclear is part of the solution. I'm just denying that it's the cheap one. Solar is always called the cheapest one. Wind is cheap.
I've read solar, like solar and wind have a huge amount of upkeep. Or I got solar is more what I read on that. Is like
so what the problem actually it's when we build that solar and wind infrastructure, we're creating an enormous amount of pollution to do so. All of the heavy metals we got to get out of the ground to build all of those wind generating like magneto fucking spinny
this
things.
Is so funny.
None
of us have any idea.
I do. They just built 3 brand new nuclear power plants in Georgia.
Don't let that stop you, Matt. Just fire off.
They just built 3 nuclear power plants in Georgia. I think they're the only new ones in a really, really long time in the U.S. I think they were $17 billion over budget though, and like maybe 7 years.
I know a guy who's researching micro nukes. So basically, the shit they would put on a submarine, a small nuclear reactor. Mm-hmm. That is basically the same of what would go on an aircraft carrier or a submarine, and they can use that to power a small town or up to 20 or 30,000 people.
Yeah.
And by having small ones instead of like giant Homer Simpson ones, the Chernobyl ones, you could spread them out, spread out the sort of risk and all that kind of stuff. And
I've heard them say those aircraft carriers use a piece of fuel the size of a golf ball over the course of a year or two or something.
Yeah, it's a tiny amount. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, this is so long ago, but they showed us a nuclear pellet and it was about the size of maybe 4 pencil erasers. And they're like, this will do a city for a year. It's like kind of in line with what you're saying.
It's crazy the amount of energy that comes from that. I've also seen some really cool shit that's being done with hydrogen for stuff that has fixed route. Like actually, I saw a working prototype of a hydrogen aircraft, which was awesome. It had an interchangeable fuel cell cartridge, and they just like pull the whole thing out and put another one in, and it's like full again in 10 minutes, and it can fly 400 miles. It was a turboprop that ran on hydrogen and produced 0 emissions. The only emission was water. I think that was pretty cool.
The thing it always comes around to me, and they're always afraid to say it, it's like we've got this new kind of energy, but it's all backed by fossil fuels that to build it, to make it work, to keep the infrastructure that powers it, and like there's no way you could switch to like that thing, right? Like, oh yeah, this will fuel everything tomorrow. No, we'll all die. No, it will run out of that, and we need to burn some oil to get this piece of that and that piece of that, and everything's backed by oil. And
this funky looking Airbus concept that Zach put up looks really rad, but the one that I saw was actually a very regular looking turboprop plane, and they took out the last 3 rows of seats, and that's where the fuel cell thing was loaded into. It just had a few fewer seats at the back, which is kind of what this one looks like.
I just noticed that it's
like that one. That's the one I saw.
In that last rendering, it has the one engine at the bottom. It took me a while to notice. That's great.
I noticed that too. One engine is not as safe as multiple.
I think that might be a lazy Photoshop.
Yeah, they're just having fun. They should put 8 on there. Why not? It's Photoshop. They're free. In California, it's 10 cents to return a bottle. And there's this family decided, well, maybe they watched Seinfeld. I don't know. They decided they were going to run the Seinfeld bottle return scam.
California to Michigan?
No, California gives you 10 cents. So you only need to bring them over the border into California to get 10 cents. They're already there. These are Michigan folk. Well, it doesn't matter. These are Californians importing bottles. I think from Arizona. $7 million is what they had cleared when the authorities got a hold of them.
Good for them.
Yeah.
There's 8 members of the family up on a slew of charges. They're all going to prison.
What was being smart? Recycling?
What was illegal that they did?
Importing trash. Illegally importing trash.
They're recycling. You're not allowed to bring bottles across state lines to get your dime?
Yeah, that's absurd. Why couldn't you do that? Apparently. Isn't the whole goal to get people to recycle?
So the idea is that the dime you're getting isn't them paying you for trash, it's them refunding you for 10 cents that you gave them when you bought the bottle.
Right. Yeah. The fine print.
So they've created a whole business of importing. I
didn't know
the numbers are so big that they don't matter in your head anymore. It's like 128 tons or 128,000 tons. Who cares? It was a lot of glass.
Right. So if it's a 5-cent refund in Arizona and a 10-cent, it's like tax fraud, basically.
Yeah. On a massive scale. And not only that, they had $1 million worth in the pipeline, like getting ready to like move along. So they're in lots of trouble. But $7 million apparently is what they cleared already.
Wow. And you think they're just taking them to the one at a time depositories? Or
no.
doing it
they had a business.
Somewhere? Yeah.
I think they had started like a recycling business where they were moving.
Oh, wow. If you opened the recycling facility, so if you also owned the recycling facility, now it's like mega.
I don't know how else you process hundreds of tons of glass. You'd have to be the boss, because if you show up to the regular place with like dump trucks backed up around the block and tell them to start weighing them,
the homeless people are like, this is fucking bullshit.
Come on, have a little ambition. Like, you guys could do this
crazy.
Too. I don't know if we even have a bottle return here, or if it is in Georgia. If it is, it's so little that even as children, we just threw them away. Like we'd return the Coke bottles, but to me, that just seemed like being nice. I've
never returned bottles. I don't even know where I would go to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think I've ever lived in a place that does that.
There's like recycling centers. Like sometimes they're like in the parking lots of grocery stores, shit like that. And it's like a reverse vending machine where you put it in the thing and it goes cha-ching.
Like the Goodwill thing.
And,
I don't know if I got to Missouri
I saw some piece of shit putting trash in the Goodwill thing.
Did you really? What an asshole!
On the internet. It's like that's
what a prick. Some kid just wants a Christmas present and it's going to be covered in beans.
Yeah, but Goodwill's like a for-profit business. Fuck them.
Are they?
It's not really like Goodwill. Yeah, Goodwill is a for-profit business where they take your free clothes and then sell them in stores and make a profit. It's just like a name that makes you think like you're doing a nice thing.
Do they sell to anyone? Because they didn't used to.
Yeah.
When I was young and I was broke, I tried to go to Goodwill or something to buy a couch. And I guess I wasn't broke enough or something. I couldn't afford a fucking couch and I got turned away.
What?
Really?
Yeah. That's crazy.
In California, they do not.
That is not the way it is here.
Turned away for not being able to afford it, or turned away because you look like you could afford it. I don't understand.
Something like I walked in the door. I was like, I'm broke as fuck. You got couches, and they're like, yeah, but not for you.
What?
What the fuck? That's not how stores work.
That's not how stores work.
It was like a charity or like I don't know. It was like
was it a black person, Woody?
I don't think so.
It's a serious question. Did a black person say that people like you don't get couches here? Because if a white person said it, I'm very confused. If a black person said it, I understand.
I honestly don't remember. But yeah,
I
thought that I had like cracked the code to getting inexpensive furniture, and they
you did until you were lied to about you not being able to purchase.
This must have been before Craigslist and Facebook.
This is like the 90s.
Yeah.
I can afford a couch now, but back in the day, it was
but.
As many as he wants. The couch king, they call him. Sometimes he buys a chaise lounge sitting that once throws it away.
I lounge in the front yard.
You know what I like about Goodwill is like you take all your shit there and then they give you like for spring cleaning and then they give you like the tax write-off slip and there is no official thing to it. Just like the guy who takes the bag and throws it in the big like blue tote on wheels just signs the bottom of it. There's nothing on the top. Yeah. There's no itemization. There's no way to itemize it. You get the sheet when you're there, handing him the bag, and you can just say whatever you want, I guess, on there.
Yeah,
like, it's not an official piece of paper. It's not a document.
That's also how Goodwill does their own.
To bring your own pen. But if you have a pen, you've cracked the code.
Yes, I donated a Chevy Tahoe to to Goodwill, and you can't prove me wrong until I get audited.
You ever donate a car?
I've never donated. I bet you've donated many cars.
I tried to donate a car. It's harder than you think.
Why?
Really?
Yeah, it turns if you don't have if the title's not in your name, if it's not like you can't like skip title. Like I bought a car to do a project with. It was like a shitty car to do some videos with, and I bought it. I signed the title that it was titled in the other guy's name. I did the thing with the thing, and then I'm like, no, now what the fuck do I do with this thing? And I was like, I'll donate it, whatever. And they were like, nope, You need to get the thing titled in your name first before we can take it. I guess I was like, if I stole this car, like I wouldn't A, have the title that I'd signed, and like B, just be giving it to you, but whatever. Did
you use that place with the annoying theme song?
Cars for Kids.
Cars for Kids.
I did. That was exactly
your car today.
Yeah. And most of the time they just sell the cars, by the way. They're not like giving those cars to the kids. They're like using them to bring organs between hospitals.
I hated those people.
They're just selling those shitty cars too.
I was always looking for cheap cars to blow up, and it was like, don't donate your car to kids. Fucking kids
don't need dude.
Donate your
dangerous
cars for Kyle.
Kids can't drive.
No,
they can do 866 cars for Kyle, and then you can just blow shit up.
Cars for Kyle. Just your cars.
I bought one guy's car. I think he had a Mercedes for $900, and he considered it to be a fixer-upper, and I considered it to be a blower-upper. And when he realized that, he wasn't sure if he wanted me to have it anymore, so I had to lie to him and be like, Daddy would like this car, don't you think, Scott? Yeah, he always wanted a green one. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to do that other thing I clearly came here to do.
Dude, I'm going to buy it.
Load it up. I'm going to give it to Dad. And then we took and blew it the fuck up.
We used to tell people what we're going to do with the cars. And then we realized just that then they would because they'd be like, I taught my son to drive stick in this, and I gave birth to my daughter in the back seat, and I took it to the prom. And you're like, this car's life ends tomorrow. You're like, I am the end of the line for this particular vehicle. And we stopped telling them that, but we laugh in our own heads.
Even fruit. I remember buying a bunch of fruit from this black lady. And I got to keep in mind, it's a shopping cart full of fruit. And part of the video was that I've got exotic fruit. So there's like star fruit in there, a bunch of cantaloupes. Like I got like 5 of everything that a nice grocery store has.
The Cab Farmers Market.
Sure. And she's just like, she's thumping my melons, talking about how good a job I did getting the ripe ones. Oh, good cantaloupe when you sees one, baby. She's like, double bag that sugar, and just going on about how good my fruit is. And finally, I'm annoyed with her. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, we're gonna shoot all of this with an HK machine gun, and then we're gonna let it rot on the ground while we drink beer after.
We're gonna have an ant problem
or something like that. And she's just like,
I mean,
she had a goddamn
imagine you spent like months watering that fruit every day.
That's why you don't have water. You're taking showers with buckets around your feet, so I can.
Well, it's mostly because he lives in the desert and you live in a super wet area. That is
part of the problem.
Yeah. You're the Sam Kinison bit. We'll take you to where the food is. You live in the fucking desert.
There's no food there. Dude,
I
don't know why that.
Isn't it that corporations sold all the goddamn groundwater to some fucking Germans or some shit, or the Chinese own it all or something?
So, dude, California fucked up so bad. They sold the rights to the aquifers. The underground aquifers in like the 90s. They sold them to a few people, but one of whom were the Resnicks, who are the worst people on earth. The Resnicks are the Wonderful Company, like Palm Wonderful and all the nuts and shit. And they own an enormous amount of the entire state's water rights. And what do they do with that? They grow pistachios and almonds, the most water-intensive crops on the fucking planet, and they export them out of the state and make billions of dollars while treating their workers like shit.
This is when you need a little big government.
Come in. I hear. The thing is,
down.
I like pistachios, so fuck.
I like pistachios. So
I like almond milk.
Do you know how the pistachios relate to the Iran fucking embargo? So the best pistachios in the world are from Iran, and in the 80s, these people, the Resnicks, were in deep with the Reagan administration and figured out that if we could if we could stop the importing of Iranian pistachios, that they would have an opening in the marketplace, especially if they had all the free fucking water in the world. And so now we have pistachios.
Reagan, the guy who was the governor of California?
Oh, yes. Real fucking socialist, that one.
I'm starting to connect some dots here.
Yeah.
Which major city is it that sold all of their parking meter rights for like
Chicago?
Chicago sold their parking meter rights to, I think, China.
It was one of the biggest fuck ups of all time.
China bought the parking right meters to all of Chicago for Zach will find the real numbers.
It was $1 billion, or it was like a billion or 1.5 billion for 75 years of parking meter revenue.
It paid itself off during that administration. Now there's new administrations.
Like 3 years.
It's nothing but profit now.
So clearly there was a Chinese spy in charge.
Dude, Chicago fucked up so bad, and they 1.15 billion. There's a book I just read, and it's a great book, and it's called Paved Paradise: How Parking Explains the World. I interviewed the author on my podcast, and it's really interesting, and that deal is one of the biggest governmental fuck ups of all time.
I have a parking meter story. Oh, you were more.
Sure. No. Go ahead.
So when I grew up, Ocean City, New Jersey, there's a whatever government department of parking meters, and the guy that ran it, working for the government, was a thief and stole the money. Year after year after year, Ocean City, New Jersey lost money on parking meters. Right? All they do is collect money, and they can't turn a profit. The guy lived in a beautiful oceanfront home, and I think bought with quarters, until they eventually caught him and put him in jail.
What a king! I like that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, the parking meter. I mean, because basically the city of Chicago, they didn't want to raise. They were broke, and they didn't want to raise the rate at the meters. It was like 5 cents an hour or whatever, and they didn't want to make it 50 cents an hour, and they thought the people would be outraged, so they sold the rights to the parking meters to someone else. Who? What the fuck did this private company then do? But immediately raise the fucking rates.
They think that Chinese company cares if people are mad about parking?
Yeah. And like the Saudi Wealth Fund is now one of the owners, and like Morgan Stanley is involved. And I mean, it's just insane. And now, like, if the city, if someone wants to get a permit, to have a parade, or like when they wanted to do outdoor dining, like in the parking spaces during COVID, they had to pay this fucking company. They couldn't just be like, okay, take the parking space to use it for an outdoor dining area. It was like they had to pay.
Are there no rules at all about like what cities and like what they can sell to China? Like they can just decide. Like
there was, I don't think selling it to China, I don't think that's entirely accurate. They sold it to an investment bank that one of their investors was like the Chinese government. It's not like they sold it directly to the Chinese government. That's not accurate. But it did end up with some form of foreign control over those parking meters. There's some Saudi shit in there. There's some Chinese shit in there. It's de facto
controlled by them, but like not like.
Next time you hear your government,
but it was like an investment
some part of itself in the name of privatization. This is what that is, right? This is where bad. It was, but like they were selling their sewer system. They're like, look, we're the government. We're kind of tired of running the plumbing around here. Let's just sell our sewer system. You think that private investor was not going to like jack up the prices and just maximize their profits and fucking? It's a utility. Like you have to have it. So
it's just it's literally in the name. The utility is like it's a public service. It does not need to.
You'd want to regulate the shit out of it to make sure they don't fuck you in the ass as soon as you turn it over to them, right? You want a contract in place. You wouldn't just say, "Yeah, you handle the park from now on. You got it, right?" Oh, yes, we got it. You don't need any help, guidance, laws, rules, anything? Just some advice, maybe? Nah, we got this planned out. Like, no, there should have been a real firm structure for this kind of parking can never be more than this per hour. There should be a goddamn formula explaining. when I play video games, the math is so complicated that a human can't do it. But somehow, like when we do a big deal where we sell the parking for our city, Chicago's a big city for anybody who's never.
Yeah, it was really, really.
Wait, what now?
It was really.
How many parking meters is that?
City. Oh, hundreds.
I think it was thousands. I think it was thousands. I think it was between like between 3,000 and 5,000. I think it was a bunch.
I would have guessed higher, but okay, I don't know.
Yeah, Chicago's the third biggest city in the country, right?
Of them.
Is it?
It was a whole bunch, and it was the ones in the like the city like limits, like it was only the one. Yeah, right. Whatever. Anyway, there's a bunch of other really interesting shit in that book. About how parking requirements dictate how almost every building you can imagine, looks and operates and just stuff like that.
It's one of those things I never would have considered at all, but now it's like it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
You familiar with that subreddit? Fuck cars. It's just.
I am familiar.
I thought you might be. They're like the opposite of you. It's just
no. I do like to draw a line between car enthusiasm and car dependency. Like I love cars, industry. The exciting cars, but I think that we as a country, as a state, the state I live in, as a city, Los Angeles, subsidize heavily car people at the expense of non-car people, and I think that needs to stop. And I think that we need to have, not everybody wants to be in their fucking car all the time, and there's people who can't afford cars or don't like cars, don't want cars, and we could do a lot by having a solid public transit system so that not everybody had to be in their car all the time, and we could develop infrastructure that didn't revolve around cars. That has been done very successfully in other places. And so I like those fuck cars subreddit and the all of those people. I engage with them. And I think a lot of what they're saying is right. And I encourage them to not demonize car enthusiasts as opposed to, because a lot of
that's
us
what they're doing
feel that way too.
I just see, sometimes I see a meme and it's like the utopia that would exist if we all just got on a bicycle, and it's like, come on, man, come on. I don't know about that. And having seen how gun legislation can be when you give them an inch and them taking a mile, it's I don't like the idea of giving anybody an inch on automotive stuff either. We need to saw those catalytic converters off too. Just run.
Well,
run
look,
there's
there's certain places that are very, very dense. Right, that are very dense, Lower Manhattan, Venice
Chicago.
Beach, where I spent a lot of time. The specifically the waterfront in Chicago on the river. There's places where if you made a few blocks here, I'm not talking about the city of Chicago, right? But I'm talking about a few blocks here and there. You made them car-free zones or heavily car-restricted zones. I think you could drastically improve the quality of life in those areas, paired with other changes, more green spaces, more walkable type businesses. And these places, by the way, a lot of them are the most valuable real estate in the world. Lower Manhattan, London, downtown Paris, these are Venice Beach, Santa Monica. These are really, really expensive areas. And I think that a lot of people would prefer they were a little greener. You'd put parking on the outskirts. You wouldn't force people to sell their cars, but I think that in select pockets, we could have areas that would be improved by, you have to park 2 blocks further away and walk in.
Maybe.
I'm not
depends on the city too.
Outright banning of cars, and there's certainly places in America where they're not going to build public transportation to get from Kansas to Montana. Car. There's suburbs. You need a car. Okay, no one's saying take that away, but in the most dense parts of our cities, you don't necessarily need to drive. The expectation that you should be able to drive directly door to door and find cheap or free parking right in front of your destination at any hour of the day is pretty unrealistic, and yet that's the expectation that we've become accustomed to.
That is,
I haven't really heard the solution though, right? Like people say, "Oh, I don't want cars around here. Let's just block it off. No cars." Are you gonna walk? Is that what your plan is? Do you want me to walk in New York City in a business suit in July? Because I don't want you to walk across the whole city. I want you to choke on a dick and die.
Yes.
Like New York City has an excellent public transit system. People take the subway all the fucking time.
Have you been in New York City when it's raining? It's awful.
Yeah, I have. Well, okay. It has a poorly maintained but very well designed public transit. I can't even. That's a different story.
Taxi. I can't find the train. Like it's a fucking problem. What's that called?
Well, that
good intentions.
He said it's got a poorly maintained but well designed system, and it's like that counts for nothing. Imagine if you said that about your nuclear reactor.
Well, what if we actually allocated those funds that could come from the money that we're subsidizing drivers in New York City right now?
Fuck, everyone hop on those electric scooters and bicycles or something as the last mile. Maybe
those are great. Those are great too.
I like them, but I haven't lost all my athleticism yet, just some of it. And but there are people who have. So what is my answer for them?
Scooters. I mean, a little bit of that too. A little bit of those scooters too. A little bit of golf cart type vehicles for urban areas.
Uber drivers.
Public transit, cool. like using my city as an example, St. Louis, it is unusable. It is the most dangerous place to be. Like
cut your finger off or use public transit in St. Louis for the next 10 years.
Taylor, you need to step up and straighten out
this finger, left hand pinky. You cut it off like John Wick.
All right, probably left hand pinky because I'll definitely be killed if I
want my finger off too.
I want Taylor in an electric golf cart just saying, "Bring it, motherfucker." See, this place was dangerous until I got here. You know who's in danger now? You. They
have this train from like this area in like Brentwood or Kirkwood all the way down to the city. And I had never been on it. And it's like a well understood joke that like you don't ride the public transit in St. Louis because it's a dangerous city. Like people hang out on public transit just to wait for it to get not crowded so they can rob you. And when the Blues won the Stanley Cup, that was the most crowded place of like Blues fans. It's because like everyone was like, we're all here. So we're safe. And so like it was so packed that everyone's like, this is kind of nice. Like, but that's the only time.
And then he realized you had no wallet when he got home.
Yeah, and then you realize you have no wallet, and then you arrive there, and you're like, oh, this isn't as convenient as driving. This is worse. This is worse than driving.
MARTA's great in Atlanta if you're going somewhere where it stops off nearby. When we were going to watch the hockey game,
what did you say was great? MARTA.
MARTA's an acronym.
That's the That's the
down here they say it stands for Moving Africans Rapidly Through Atlanta.
Jesus Christ.
That is, I'm sure, the intention of the
is that not what it stands for?
I don't think that's what it actually stands for.
Metro Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority.
Actually, yeah, but I've been on it. It's the first thing. I promise. It can be scary on there at night, but like you said, there was something. It felt way safer after a sports game. Everybody's got their jerseys and hats on. It's like, okay, A team's here. Where's the B team? And then you'd find them and like, all right, they're over there. They look a little scared, honestly. There's a lot of us. We're good. We're good. I've had that exact same experience. I wouldn't go on MARTA if it wasn't for something like that. Scary. I don't have a gun.
I mean, on this fuck cars subreddit, frankly, like so much of this is like, what if we took this beautiful, pristine park and put up Soviet-style block communist buildings for living? And it's like, well, we'd ruin the park. But then people could walk from depressing gray building to depressing gray building. Like,
I mean,
like, no, that's like,
there's people that want to bulldoze every green space and put apartments on them, and that's kind of dumb too. But I mean, there are non-communist ways to. Yes. The bottom line is like incentives and disincentives both work, right? Like right now, our country incentivizes buying a bigger, heavier vehicle than you actually need. There's a way that if you own a small business and you buy a vehicle that has over 6,000 pound gross vehicle weight, you can depreciate the entire value of that vehicle in the first year. And Yes, sometimes that's used for construction equipment, and sometimes that's used for a semi-truck for someone to earn a living. But also sometimes it's used for G-Wagons and Rolls Royces and Raptors and people who commute to work in fucking Super Duties and all kinds of ways. And I'm not saying that if you want to buy a farm tractor that you shouldn't be able to depreciate that as a business expense, but we could change the incentives to incentivize people to buy the lightest, most fuel efficient vehicle for the task, as opposed to something that is specifically heavier than, a certain amount. They're the electric Hummer. You can depreciate that. It weighs fucking 9,000 pounds. I mean, think about the amount of extra wear and tear you're putting on roads and bridges and tarmac and everything by driving something like that around. And someone's going, yeah, it's electric. I'm not burning fucking gas. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you are wasting everything by driving that. And we have chosen to incentivize that as opposed to incentivizing the use of smaller, lighter vehicles where possible.
I have a car question. I think you'll knock it out of the park.
Okay.
There has been a trend away from Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. I'm pretty sure it's called. I don't use that one.
Yeah, it is Android Auto.
I am a huge fan of Apple CarPlay. I love it. And I've never owned a car in my life that got upgraded for free. But when you use CarPlay, all of a sudden, there's a new mapping service. There's a new there's a new UI. Now you can use Spotify and Maps at the same time, whatever.
Right.
Ford doesn't upgrade your car. They ask you to buy a new one. But Apple will upgrade your phone. It's like you buy Apple, you buy into a platform and expect it to get better every year, at least a little bit.
Sure.
So when I hear they're moving away from CarPlay, I think that sucks. But everyone seems to be doing it, and I don't understand why. Maybe so.
Yeah, a couple of reasons. One, I drive an electric Ford, and they do over-the-air updates, and it does get slightly better. So I know you randomly said Ford, and
that's what my truck is.
I happen to have experience with the wire over-the-air upgrades in an electric Ford. But that notwithstanding, your point about getting away from CarPlay as a trend is accurate. So you've got a couple things going on at once. You've got the, quote, startup companies, which Tesla is not a startup anymore, but we can still categorize them that way. Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, that do not use CarPlay at all, or Android Auto. They have their own proprietary systems. Mainly, in my opinion, because A, they don't want to spend the money licensing the software. They don't want to open up their UI to Apple's engineers to QC it and whatever and make them talk to the thing. And it's hard to integrate. It's harder than most people give the manufacturers credit for to integrate Apple CarPlay and Android Auto pretty seamlessly. And if you remember 10-ish years ago, it was kind of a mishmash of what cars and phones worked together. And it wasn't until a couple generations of phones and a couple generations in of cars where it became kind of a standard thing. Okay. So then now we're at a point where where manufacturers don't want to give up the control of their software. And they're going, well, we don't really need Apple because Tesla was able to be successful without Apple. And Rivian has been able to be successful without Apple. Lucid may or may not be successful, but that notwithstanding, manufacturers tend to follow Tesla because they think it's cool. Now, I disagree, but that's my opinion. And Tesla has proven that you don't need CarPlay to sell cars. And I think what the manufacturers are also learning is that CarPlay has restrictions. And Apple, if your system is dependent on CarPlay, particularly Android Auto, not so much, but CarPlay, the manufacturers Apple can push you around. Apple can make you do certain things to make CarPlay work better that you may not want to do. And certain companies want to offer in-car purchases like the ability to upgrade your fucking whatever, the ability to offer subscription-based features, the ability to offer shit that isn't good for you, the consumer, right? And CarPlay is a hindrance to that. You have other companies, for instance, Volvo and Polestar are totally integrated with Google's car software. So CarPlay will work on a Volvo, but not wireless CarPlay because they haven't got the licensing for that. And I don't know if they're going to end up paying for that. So I am very pro CarPlay. I think CarPlay is an amazing way to pretty seamlessly and quickly integrate the things you need from your phone into a car. I use it in all my cars. And when I've driven Teslas and Rivians and Lucid and I don't have CarPlay, I get kind of annoyed because I don't think what they're offering is better, with the exception of I do like Tesla's nav map when there is when I'm in a city or somewhere with good coverage. Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid don't have satellite connections, which I really don't like because I use my phone for GPS through CarPlay or whatever when I have service. But I'm using an onboard nav when I'm out in the middle of nowhere with no cell service. And if I have no cell service, a lot of these native systems don't work. Those cars also don't have satellite radio, which I happen to like satellite radio. I know not everybody does, but I happen to. And but to go back to your point, I think the automakers are trying to exert more control and the opportunity to sell you shit through their cars.
It's the video game industry all over again. It's microtransactions in your fucking car. You paid full price, but you're not done yet because you want the upgraded battery life? Do you want that extra?
One thing that drives me batshit, and it started with Tesla. It started with Tesla, and now it's trickled on. It drives me nuts. Tesla will sell you a car that has 3 different levels of range, battery pack, or power, and the hardware is the same. It's the software can unlock it. So it's got all the shit that's already in the car, but you have to pay money to unlock the next level of performance.
That's so
like
shitty.
Kyle said, it's a microtransaction, but it's $10,000.
That is fucking absurd. So every Tesla has the same capacity. You just have to pay a subscription to unlock it to be faster.
Every Tesla, but a bunch do. Yeah, but not every single one, but a bunch of them do. Yeah. Like
KTM does that on their motorcycles. I have one.
Yeah.
And there's a couple things. The ability to shift without using your clutch. It's called quick shift.
They have a quick shift built in, but you have to pay to unlock it. A quick shifter.
Yes. Cruise control. And then there's another thing having to do with traction control, which is a real big deal if you ride off-road. You want the better traction control. And when I bought my bike, which is like 2 years ago, you had to pay to unlock it. And people hated that, but for some reason they hate the new thing worse, which is they give it to you for free for something like 1,000 miles.
Oh, a trial, and then they take
a free trial, and then they take it away. Like they get you addicted to it. And people hate that far more than just not having it in the first place. Now, I used to work with ERP software, enterprise resource planning software. It's for manufacturing. So I know like a little bit about how manufacturing works because I did the software that supported it. And I can see why not having so many different configurations saves them money. Like it is cheaper to have one fucking cluster of switches that goes on every bike than it is to have 9 different clusters of switches with every combination of what you might add to it. But now you got a switch on there that doesn't do anything because you didn't pay for the software upgrade. And people
not even a blank, a proper switch that is just dead, right?
Yes, yeah. And people that's crazy. But I understand that like if you wanted a blank, you'd have to pay more because it's more expensive to give you all these configurations.
Right. That's like with cars, it's cheaper to put like say power windows in all of them and just build one type of door panel that has power windows rather than a crank window or something.
I didn't know that, but I can see it. Yeah.
So these group of hackers just jailbroke a Tesla. Did you read this one? They just figured out, this group of hackers figured out how to permanently unlock the top performance feature in the Teslas. and they found however you do it, and it's a hack, and you can permanently fucking unhook.
Tesla can't undo it.
Is your insurance going to work now that you've got this Tesla that like, let's say you kill someone in that Tesla, vehicular manslaughter, or maybe it's not even your fault. Maybe it's their fault, but you were driving. I assure you, if you kill someone in a Tesla,
Tesla will not take responsibility for anything you've done.
What I'm saying is, like, worst case scenario, if something happens with
you're like trying
car,
to blame them, and you're like, yeah, but you were foot on the gas going 120.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but
no,
still,
it was driving itself.
The Tesla should have detected that child.
Right. There was, they were, and other things that have happened, and I'm not sure if it's policy or random failure, is that when people pay extra for these unlocked features, and they then go and sell the car to someone else, the next buyer, the second owner, finds those features locked again. And Tesla's going, you need to pay us for them now.
Dude,
and
that
now
sucks. I knew that was true, but that feels that bothers me more than any of the other things that we've talked about. Like Tesla autopilot, I think it's $10,000. Does that sound right?
8 or 10.
I think, well, autopilot, so the quote autopilot is included with the cars. The full self-drive, which is not full self-drive at all, even close to it, by the way, disclaimer, this is fucking not a self-driving car, is $15,000, or I think you can do a monthly subscription.
So you pay
like $200-$300 a month
for something called full self-driving.
That is not.
But they promise you they will upgrade it to full self-driving in 2 years.
Which they can't.
Every year. Every year. You're 2 years away, and it's been that way for like 11 years now.
The hardware. Yeah, the hardware. It's not just software. Which
they
is what
can't do it.
Initially, I bet he may have even been told by one of his devs or whoever, engineers, it'll be a software thing. It's amazing. But now we're so many years ahead and just body panels and shit that it's not software anymore. It's going to be hardware. Do we need LiDAR? Do we need some sort of do we going to put sonar on the motherfucker?
Dude, they've removed constantly trying new tech.
So you pay, you pay
they used to have radar sensors, and now they only have cameras.
And when you resell it, you don't have it anymore. It's bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know, very shitty of Tesla, but I wanted to move to a different Tesla thing, which is, I think last time you were on, or maybe it was a few times ago, we were all talking about the Cybertruck. I think I also said there's no way that's going to be a real thing. Are all these videos coming out now still just the same marketing silliness? Like no one's on the road with them, or is it out there now?
So okay. So I will eat my share of crow with an asterisk. Okay, so I and you, Taylor, we both thought that they would never build this thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like they are building something called Cybertruck. Okay, and it looks pretty much like the concept. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. I said it wasn't possible 5 fucking years ago when they said this thing would be ready in a year. Okay, And sure, now they are, it seems like, on their way. They have running driving prototypes. The photo of the
I think I know something you don't. They failed their safety inspection, and they're moving from a unibody to a frame. I think they're not as close as you're like. That's a huge change.
Well, first off, here's where the asterisk comes from. Because originally it wasn't even a unibody. Remember, originally this was an exoskeleton. That was the thing.
Okay.
Well, an exoskeleton, the body, the exterior panels are structural.
Right.
In a unibody, there's an understructure, and the body panels are just hung on that.
Mm-hmm.
On a body on frame, the underbody isn't structural. There's a frame, and then the underbody sits on that, and then the body panels are hung on that. So I didn't see this story where they failed the unibody test. If that's true and Zach has it, I'd love to see it. I didn't see it today. But if they really did abandon the unit, so my asterisk was going to be that they promised exoskeleton bulletproof, and neither of those fucking things have happened. Those were both complete horseshit.
And they said aquatic, right?
Yeah. And then Elon fucking smoked some meth and said this thing was going to be a boat. Okay, so whatever the fuck he's doing over there, give me some of those drugs.
I mean, it floats. I could believe that it might float. Like maybe it floats
Why
for
not
a
just
short
buy a
period of
boat?
time.
Short period.
you would
it
buy a
floats
boat.
right up
saying,
until
if you
it
crash in
sinks.
the water, it would be nice to know that because
If you can afford
right?
a Cybertruck, you can afford a boat, probably, right? They're probably like 6 figures, right?
They're
No.
going to be like $100,000, yeah. But
all right, well,
so
are
that-
they?
so
Because
if
initially they were
actually
saying it's really cheap.
And then they showed this crash test video that was heavily edited together and didn't show the crash. Didn't show the important part. They showed the thing flying at the wall, and then it cuts before the crash. All I'm saying is, if your truck did awesome in a crash test, you'd show it.
Yeah.
If you cut away, if you make a dramatic video and then cut away from the key part, I'm guessing the results aren't very good. And you might recall the Tesla Paint It Black video from a few years ago. If you remember that, where they demonstrated the autopilot function and they had this big disclaimer on the front that said the driver's only sitting there for legal reasons. The car's driving itself. Complete horse shit. The engineers who did it admitted it was faked. They took them a bunch of takes to do it. The car crashed into a fence in the parking lot. It was all fucking bullshit. And so it's not beyond them to basically lie in videos about what their cars are. So they are going to build something called Cybertruck. They are.
The problem with Tesla,
but it's not what they promised before.
It's not the product. The products are pretty good, and I think their owners are pretty happy. There's issues, getting serviced and shit like that. The problem is the lies. The problem is the full self-driving promises, the Cybertruck delivery date promises. Everything Elon says is just fucking full of shit. You can't trust him at all. If Ford did that, if GM did that, they'd get roasted to high heaven. But Tesla,
and those companies did, by the way,
that
a long time ago. We can talk about that if you want. Ford and their Pinto thing, GM and their, remember the book Unsafe at Any Speed, Ralph Nader, very famous book. That's basically a great book and holds fucking up. It's really worth reading. And it's about how GM, Ford, and Chrysler colluded in the 50s and 60s to skirt emissions and crash standards and basically wanted to continue making very profitable and unsafe cars. I mean, those companies, if you look far back, Henry Ford was almost a fucking Nazi. If you look far back enough, those companies don't have clean hands. But today, okay, a little better. But what they don't have is that cult of personality worship. Most people don't know who the CEO of Ford or GM or is, and they don't really give a shit. And most regular people aren't out there comparing those CEOs to fucking Tony Stark, know. And so you have the cult of personality, which is reinforced, by the way, with stock price investments. So you are financially incentivized to listen and repeat the bullshit, because if you're financially invested, it floats your stock, and you don't want to be proven to be an idiot or wrong or believing this garbage that this dude has been saying for fucking 8 years. When the Tesla Model S came out, I was like, this is great. This is an awesome car. It's good. Looks like an Aston Martin, goes really fast, like pretty revolutionary product. Like, I wasn't anti-Tesla until they really went off the deep end, because they didn't have a second album. They had a smash hit first album, and they didn't have a second album. The Model 3 and Model Y and Model X are just variations of the same theme, really. There's nothing in a Model 3 or Model X or Model Y that's not already in a Model S. They're the same car, just different packages. So they didn't have a second album. So they floated this full self-driving thing, like, we're a software company and we're not a car company, and we need to be valued like a software company. And that's why their evaluation, or their company valuation, is like, it's like WeWork or some shit, where we're going to be the everything company. Like, eat a dick, man. You build cars, like, just build cars good. Like, it's just
anytime he gets in trouble, bullshit. He's just like, or like anytime they start calling him on one thing, he's like, here's a clip of what we just did for the Boring Company. And it's like,
I'm going to invent a robot that blows you. Like, come on.
I'm the resident Elon dick rider.
Okay.
And the way I look at it is he's like equal parts like Barnum and Bailey, and I don't know, Edison. There's a little bit of invention and businessman and injecting money into the right people to get innovation to happen. He does that. He's done that. But there's a lot of that.
He's closer to Edison than Tesla.
Don't look
much closer to Edison than Tesla. Yeah. Edison bought people out of their inventions and stole other ones and gets credit for inventing a lot of shit.
He's a real Marconi.
Yeah, Tesla was the one inventing all the shit. Have you ever like seen like quotes from Tesla? That guy was a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
An absolute weirdo.
Yeah.
Like you listen to his quotes, like, and it's like, man, this guy did not like women. Like, like I believe he was really into science, but
he was a genius.
Complicated person.
But
same thing. I just listened to like a 3-hour podcast on Albert Einstein. Like, dude was a genius. Dude had a lot of fucking. When he talked about how our country was going to be in 50 years in the 40s, man, that guy fucking nailed it. But he was not nice to females at all.
No,
I just saw a picture of some young, like, I don't know, student at wherever he was speaking, sitting on his lap, and he's just like, yes. Like, he's totally chatting her up. He's got like a 20-year-old woman sitting on his lap and he's like telling her something. It's great. I love that.
Dude,
photo.
if you're like a science nerd, and you get to be famous, that's probably a drug that you cannot come down from. Just look at Neil deGrasse Tyson,
I don't know what he's up to now.
Silence,
What's he doing?
Yeah, Rogan once every 2 months.
I don't care for him. I don't. The only thing I know about that guy is he apparently was part of the team that decided that Pluto doesn't get to be a planet anymore, which is absurd. Absurd. Why don't we get to have 9 even planets?
My childhood was a lie. I was told there were all these planets.
Because we've got like lots and lots of other moons and asteroids in the solar system that are bigger than Pluto.
It was a size thing. Wasn't
would you rather have 9? Or would you rather have 8 planets or like 50?
There's hundreds. If you get to name anything a planet you want.
No, we'll
I accept your terms, Kyle. More planets.
Anything larger. Pluto. Okay, how about this? How about this, Mr. deGrasse Tyson? We already have Pluto set in stone. That's a planet. Anything Pluto's size or bigger gets to be a planet. And now we've got a much more impressive solar system now. Now when the aliens show up, they're going to go, this is a fucking 60-planet solar system having, fucking shit.
Jupiter alone.
They're going to go, this was the Americans, wasn't it? Fuck.
Yeah, this is to orbit the sun. A planet should orbit the sun.
They needed 100 goddamn planets.
There's lots of objects that do
Big
that,
Gulp.
though. Like, remember, you'll know these objects from that show we love so much, the fucking Expanse. Like, I think it's Ceres Station is the big space station they're at in the asteroid belt. That's a real asteroid called Ceres. I think Ceres. It's huge. I think it's bigger than Pluto. And it's just floating around out there. We're not putting it on any little kid's fucking styrofoam ball. No, there's no, it's nonsense.
We're going to have to update Merv Jump. Are you okay with that, Taylor?
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
All right. Well, never mind then. I didn't know that.
Yes. See, I'm reasonable. Like I'm just trying to get us more planets.
I like Black Science Man because he can be a little full of himself, and it can be annoying sometimes when he's on Twitter. He's like, actually, it's like, dude, we're having fun over here talking about aliens. Leave us alone. But I do.
There's
like
nothing special about the date of Christmas. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up.
He's really good at dumbing down. He's really good at dumbing down stuff that is difficult for bright people to wrap their head around. I liked
when he muscled around James Cameron and James Cameron changed the movie. I liked that. That was fun.
What did he do?
I like that too.
He said that the stars were wrong in fucking at the end of Titanic, and James Cameron got all insecure and re-edited the movie with the right stars.
I like
that's
that.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. That is, he's winning me back over with something that petty and pedantic. Like,
so that ties into my thoughts on him. I like Neil deGrasse Tyson when he's sticking to his lane, his subject matter expertise. Stars in Titanic. I can buy that he knows all about stars. That's kind of his thing. When he starts telling me, I don't know, social issues or Christmas not being a special date or whatever, now I'm like, stay in your lane, man. You don't know any more about Christmas than a regular jacket.
No, he's good on that. Well, what he was saying is they just arbitrarily pick the day. So like, and it is good for everybody to know, like, hey, y'all know that nobody says that that's when Jesus was born, right? Like, no one says that. Which just the day we celebrated, and that was sort of a
don't Christians say that? I think Christians
tons of people who say that.
Yeah.
No. There are individuals on the street who say crazy things. I'm saying it's no one's.
I say it too, Woody. Alliance. Yeah.
Y'all say all kinds of things. What I'm saying is it's no one's belief. It's part of no one's belief system.
Yeah, I don't stick
like
to
the
my
Catholic
lady.
Church.
I'm pretty sure it's someone's belief system. I'm pretty sure it's a couple million people's belief system.
I think everyone should know, if they thought a little harder, that it's when we celebrate his birthday. And I think that's all he's letting them know, that they just picked a day. That's all he's saying.
He tweets it every Christmas.
Well, people need to know about the winter solstice, Taylor. It was a big deal for the last 500,000 years. It's only in the last 50 that we care so much about this Christmas shit.
Is Christmas the winter solstice?
Wait, Christmas is 50 years old?
I think it's the 22nd is the winter solstice, right?
Maybe it was my birth we're celebrating.
I mean, he just did the thing where it's like the winter solstice was traditionally is when they worshipped Ra and Ramses and Osiris and all that stuff. And it's like, just let people fucking have Christmas, man.
It's when they worship everything. So the winter solstice was a huge religious holiday for every religion that ever learned to recognize it, because it's the shortest day of the year. And many of them probably interpreted that as our time is getting short. The days are getting shorter. This is the big day, though, where we all have the big celebration and the prayer and the feast and whatever God they believe in, say, all right, more time you shall have. And the days start getting longer again. It's like this indication you can predict every year. Like, look, he's taking our time away. God is taking our days away little by little. I just made it up just now, but it makes sense, though, right?
This seems like a prison
thinking about what Christmas means to me.
I like your
And you know what I landed on? This is what Christmas is for me. Christmas comes around every year. I have to spend thousands of dollars on presents. In exchange, I get like a couple sweaters, which I also buy. Merry Christmas to me.
I recommend
you got to lean into the Jesus side of it, because you're Mr. Gift Giver. You know, like no one's going to outdo your gift giving. So you gotta find some other happiness there. Just lean into the food.
I don't celebrate like any real holidays really, or any days actually. You know, I just try to have a good time every day. I don't need anybody to tell me that there's a special day coming up. We should get the ham out. Fuck you.
Sometimes I roll to my grandma's house on like July 3rd, and I'm like, where are the presents? I love you.
I give gifts all year long.
Is it Christmas already?
Yes, going back. I fool my grandparents. I'm like, oh, so I come in like absolutely boiling hot in a parka, and I'm like, oh, don't even look out there. Like it's an absolute
in a way, like as our
like Christmas is coming every 3 weeks now.
As our elders get older, you know, it'd be nice to have a couple extra holidays with them, and if they're forgetful, why not?
Mm-hmm.
It's an act of kindness. Really.
I'm thinking about starting to celebrate all the Jewish holidays just to get my numbers up, because the Jews.
If a parent ever gets dementia, I'm going to make sure every day is their birthday. That's how we're doing it. That's how we're doing this.
What is the primary Jewish holiday? Is it Yom Kippur or something?
The primary, I mean, is Jewish New Year is Rosh Hashanah, and then a week after that is Yom Kippur, which is the atonement. That's where you apologize.
Are they fun? Are there
for your sins? Rosh Hashanah is fun. It's like anyone else's New Year. Okay. Yom Kippur is the not fun one. That's the one where you fast for a day and you pray and shit. I won't be celebrating. By the way, I don't do any of this shit. I don't do any of this stuff. The fun one, I think Purim is the fun one, which is like the fall harvest celebration. That one's pretty fun. You eat a lot, basically.
Is the only present-based one Hanukkah?
The only present-based one is Hanukkah, and then Purim and Passover are the food-based ones.
Yeah.
Passover is all right if you don't take the ceremony shit too seriously and cut straight to the food. That's what Passover is good.
I like the ceremony as a
freed the slaves.
I like the way you worship,
ceremony's so fucking cool. Oh, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah, the Passover's when they freed the slaves. Really?
How they freed the slaves? Fucked off.
How did they manage that?
No one got freed. The fucking slaves freed themselves.
They ran away. God freed them
through the desert.
Everyone's
40 years in the desert.
Was fine.
Yes,
I watched
the Egyptians
a Netflix
were
documentary today. Yeah. It's the trial of Adolf Eichmann, and they have the real footage from the trial. There's Adolf Eichmann sitting in his fucking glass box, and it was.
Is he a Nazi?
Is he a Nazi? Yeah,
he was the main Nazi. He was the architect.
Does he sound like a Nazi?
I'm almost positive that he wasn't the main one.
Yeah, the main one I think of is a different Adolf.
Yeah,
like Goebbels.
Yeah. No,
not Adolf. No. Keep
the
going.
main one.
Keep
Hitler.
going.
He's got a
no. Okay, I know about Hitler, I'm saying that Adolf Eichmann was
knew about him.
For the listener, Hitler was the leader of Nazi Germany, starting in the early 30s.
Who was Hitler again? No, so Hitler did a lot of things. I'm not trying to. By the way, I'm not trying to take any like onus off of Hitler here, but Adolf Eichmann was the guy who's like, it said it on his plaque.
I was not trying to take
anything
away
from him. Like on his door. No. Oh,
far be it from him.
Big ups to Hitler, but Adolf Eichmann.
Christ.
No, so they got him in that fucking. It's what they did. This happened in 1960, many years after the war. Obviously, they caught his ass. The Mossad did, kidnapped him out of South America, injected him with something, threw him in a uniform, drug him through the airport, and was like, we've got a sick man here, faking Spanish accents. Got him on the plane. He wakes up in Tel Aviv. Guess what? That thing you signed while we were slapping you around for 3 days in that building, that says you're going on trial in Israel, and you agreed to it. They throw him in the glass box and they put him on trial, and the documents are piled sky high. They bring a witness from every country that he killed Jews in, an eyeball witness. They've got the documents there of everyone who came into Auschwitz for like a couple years, and the numbers match the numbers that everybody's fucking tatted up with, so they know it's a real document. And they've got quotes from him. The prosecutor has a fucking number on his arm, by the way. That was interesting. And he's going through
that doesn't look good for that guy then. Yeah.
It doesn't look good for anybody.
Are you saying it's personal?
It was so personal.
Very personal. Yeah.
Dude, I was fascinated by this thing because he defended himself 80% of the way through the trial, saying like, no, that's not true. I was following orders in Hungary. I was following orders in Poland. I didn't say this. I didn't say that. And they're like, here's some quotes from you. And they read this. It's just very incriminating quote from him. And Eichmann's like, maybe I'd been drinking, or maybe I didn't say that. I don't remember saying that. And it's like, dude, you're done. It doesn't really come across as well as I'm doing it because there's German being translated to Hebrew and there's a delay.
That's a very funny thing to like focus on in like a Holocaust trial, though, is like, we're going to mention now something pretty mean you said. It's like, no. I think you're burying the lead here, Mr. Attorney. I think you should lead off stronger.
There's hurt feelings in so many countries.
And it's him talking about.
Zach just posted one of the quotes. It's fucked up.
It's him letting you know that he's a real Nazi, and someone who's a real Nazi does their job with like joy in their heart. Jesus the way he Christ. Kills the Jew. He's really laying it on thick about being a Nazi and killing Jews.
This quote is outrageous. I'm scared to read it for fear that it'll be like a TikTok.
I will leap into my grave laughing because the feeling that I have 5 million human beings on my conscience is for me a source of extraordinary satisfaction. Yeah, that's a good quote. Doesn't play well in court.
I don't think the jury's gonna like that.
Can you like if you saw that in a movie, you'd be like, come on, I need a realistic bad guy. I need someone with a little nuance in the mix. It's like if Tony Soprano was like, and another thing, all the Jews got to go. It's like, all right, Tony. How about you handle New York first?
Tony always liked the Jews.
He did.
The documentary is very cool. I didn't watch the last 10 minutes of it. I'm sure they're gonna fucking kill him or something like that. I had to come do this.
Yeah, it doesn't go well. Eichmann.
I think it ends poorly for Eichmann.
Hanged or shot.
I think he escapes at the end. I think it turns out Hitler was alive the whole time. Sneaks him out.
Argentina.
Dark Side of the Moon. Iron Sky, baby.
Of course. No,
idiots. It's Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's where Hitler went.
Have you seen
Argentina's
Joe Rogan not getting jokes? Like they're going over his head. Dude, I like Joe's show. And Joe knows more about comedy than me, and he's funnier than me, all those things. But God, he doesn't get a joke. He's having this discussion with this lady, and they're talking about the Nazis or something, and she does this really good wordplay about how you could defend anything that they've done. And Joe's like, what about the Nazis? Did they have a right? And she's like, they did. The Third Reich. And he doesn't get the little wordplay joke that he's making. He goes, I don't think it's right. I think it's Reich. Jamie, what is a Reich? What is a Reich? And he doesn't know what a Reich means empire. He doesn't know what a Reich is, and she's sitting there like really awkward. So the first Reich would have been, I guess, the Roman Catholic Empire or whatever, and the second Reich would have been
the Ottoman Empire. Yeah,
and then Hitler creating the Third Reich in the 40s, and then you often hear the Fourth Reich from neo-Nazis and such, and so yeah, that's the.
There's a fourth one people
there's only so much.
Well, we're hoping to staunch that down and keep.
Does Reich necessarily mean bad?
No,
because
no, just
couldn't America be a Reich?
It's like that Charlie Chaplin mustache. Not necessarily bad. Bad today.
Yeah,
the meaning has,
Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan.
The meaning has changed over time, but Hitler meant it as empire, and we mean it as empire. And you got to go back to a little bit before. I don't know if the
that's a terrible track record of Reichs. Like the first Reich, you said it was the Roman Empire.
I would have been like the Roman
wildly successful. Wildly successful, and then the Ottoman Empire.
The church
not as successful, but wildly successul. Huge drop off on that.
I was waiting for Taylor's Third Reich.
I was.
Did you see it? We got the first one. We got the second one.
But that's pretty embarrassing.
Well, they're not like aspiring to empires. Those are the Germanic empires. Those were the Germanic empires in particular. Like that's what he's aspiring to be, the third Germanic empire. Not just the third in succession, because there's many families that ruled and it changed hands many times over those hundreds of years. But he's talking about a new thing. Didn't work out, luckily.
Good for everybody else. Didn't work out so much.
Yeah, not luckily, thanks to the sacrifice of like millions and millions of
100 million European men.
Oh, is that correct? The Weimar Republic was the Second Reich, not the Ottoman Empire. That was the ruling party that Hitler overthrew.
Yes. Yeah, that was in the that was post
20s and 30s. Yeah,
post
the weakened
revolution. I think
it ended in the 20s or maybe even 1920 flat, but it goes back to the 1800s, right? Yeah.
If you had to go live in any empire,
that's a really good documentary, though. I highly recommend it.
It's fun to see
empire.
Yeah, there you go.
Any empire before the year 1000.
Ooh.
So it's got to be a good while ago. You can't just pick up something super recent.
Question: do I get to be Genghis Khan?
No,
but
so, you get, how about this?
Mongolia.
You're not Genghis Khan. You're not even a super high ranking general, but you're like a lieutenant he respects. You're in a good place.
Okay. All right. Ooh. I mean, peak Rome was probably kind of awesome, actually.
That's what I was going for. Yeah.
Peak Rome was pretty fucking sweet, I think, for a lot of folks. Or maybe peak Athens. Peak Athens was probably all right too.
I'm going
that would
Rome,
be cool.
100%.
Yeah, Rome has got to be it. Like nobody else.
Toilets.
Yeah,
they've got toilets, dude. Like
running water.
You can't say that about everyone. They had hot running water if you're rich, but I think you could just be a soldier.
Olive oil.
I think you could sign up for the army and eat and have a job. It seems like Rome was a much better place than say 500 years ago. Fucking United Kingdom.
You want to be like Rome in the year like 3. Not like 433. Like
I base this entirely on the TV show Spartacus, but I think I'd like to own gladiators.
I bet that would be a stressful job. Based on what Badiatus had to do.
Like, you got to specify, what white ones. But like,
they would be from every corner of the kingdom.
There was a lot of sex in that show, and everyone was a fucking fitness influencer. So,
but would you want to have sex with gladiators, like people who are trained to kill?
You're judging me now, and that's
you could find sexy whores to have sex with who like don't know how to kill you. And don't spend all day training to do so.
I was really talking about the female staff. There were like orgies, and all those girls were 10s.
That one.
You know what I would do?
Crazy torpedo tits.
If I were the what was Badiatus called in Spartacus? What is the name of the guy who owns all the gladiators, the gladiatorium or some shit?
No,
I would want to be
the guy
like
who's like Proximo in Gladiator, like the promoter.
Yes, like that guy. I would want to like be known for something. Like, those guys with the big nets and the tridents? Like, I wouldn't just be a gladiator trainer. It'd be like, we got to go to Tayloratus's, whatever, in order to
Gladiator
get the finest net throwers in all of Rome. Like, he's known for that. Like, that would be fun. Actually, it probably wouldn't also be fun because you'd have a bunch of dangerous
It should be
men.
all smoke and mirrors. Like, you should be the spear master. And you're like, just poke him.
Man, he's the best gladiator trainer. His trick is he gives them the longest spears in the kingdom.
He's got a really
I
cool
want to be
attitude.
like a sword maker or some shit, like someone who was like so good at his craft that you could charge like a boatload of money for it, but like you're kind of cool, like whether you're a soldier or a gladiator or whatever, like you gotta have a Maticus fucking blade, dude. You gotta have a Ferroticus blade.
I like you'd be jacked.
Maticus Ferroticus is great. I'm on board.
Steel.
Yeah, that would be sweet. Living in Rome. But like so quickly you'd be like, oh, this is worse running water. Like this is like
for sure.
They have bathrooms and like everybody else is like, isn't this great? We all get to sit in this room and like sit shit next to each other with no dividers. Like this is so much better than everywhere else on the planet.
Yeah.
And
they didn't tell me the running water
here.
here was downstream of the latrines.
Yeah,
at least the Chinese don't own it.
Wipe your ass with like a sponge on a stick. That's like,
dude, I was in Scotland last year, and we were, touring some old castles, and when they would shit in the third stories of the castle, like the toilet would just basically be it was in a room as far as you're inside the castle, but the bowl would just be outside the castle and just like go down, in the air from the from 3 stories down onto whatever was hanging out at the bottom of the wall.
Looks like Maticus had Taco Bell.
and like it was some guy's job, some serf or slave or something, to have to go like shovel the poop out of the poop chute, because obviously you can't just allow that to.
No, does he have it? Yes.
Look at that.
That'd be
Matter
fun.
of fact, I think I was at that castle. I'm pretty sure that castle looks awfully familiar.
Compared to every other way to shit at the time, that had to be pristine.
That's 3 toilets I'm looking at.
It's 3 toilets, 1 at each level. Yeah, 1 at each floor. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Clever.
Some of those castles are pretty fucking baller though. They lived all right in there, some of those guys.
Yeah, you always see the stone like interiors in movies, like just like the exterior you're seeing here, but apparently that was all covered with some kind of plaster that was then covered with artwork, so it'd be
right, and tapestries as like insulation and stuff. But they use a lot of the castles we toured in Scotland as like sets for like period pieces, and so they keep them. Some of them they keep up, looking as they would have looked in the period. But like actually, like those medieval the kitchens in the castles were really cool. Giant fire pits you could walk in, and like really cool bread ovens and stuff made out of brick. It was kind of neat.
Sweet. Man, I'd love to go visit a castle.
Parking garages seem to be doing well. Ever think about making a castle? Be nice. Be dope.
There's you can buy castles. They're so expensive to maintain that you can buy them a lot cheaper than you think. But then
they seem to do it on their own.
Yeah, it's like a lifetime of work to fix them up. If you were to like Google like, castles for sale in Scotland or Ireland and whatever, like they're out there. And like some of those folks, like people that are like, that have like royal titles like Lord or Duke or whatever the fuck, they have the title and they have the land, but they're not used to like working. They don't want to just get like a regular go to work job. And so they have to pay the upkeep on these castles, and so they open a lot of them for tours, or they'll have part of them as a hotel or a bed and breakfast you could stay in. Yeah, look at this castle.
Pretty fantastic looking.
The middle one doesn't seem very castly to me.
No, it's in Arkansas.
There's houses like
it's just a brick
I was gonna
house.
say there's houses like that in Atlanta that look just.
Here we go. The bottom right, £2.5 million, Dornoch, Scotland, 15th century castle hotel. Oh, and Emilia Romagna too. That's where the fucking parm comes from. That's where the prosciutto comes from. That's where you want to live. If you're gonna,
I just tried to scroll down. I'm so stupid. I'm like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, and these things, they're not nothing. They're like, $1 million to $5 or $6 million. But considering you're getting, a castle, you can get a house here in Los Angeles that's like nothing
over there
in Italy. Yeah, 1.5 million is
hell yeah.
It's a lot of money. I don't mean to knock it, but in terms of home prices,
in terms of castle,
we're talking about homes cost $1 million now.
Click on that fucking castle over there. I want to know about that Italian. Yeah. I mean, this shit's only 1 point. I mean, we could pull some monies here and have we could be kings of the castle.
This $1 million
courtyard.
castle needs $10 million of remodeling, probably.
Yeah. I don't want to weed whack.
This looks like a movie set. This like it looks like that you could immediately start like having people come and film there. It looked to me like
900K.
900,000. Click on the 900,000 one.
Well,
Let's see if we
castle. They've just got
Oh,
a
that's
tower.
beautiful.
There's a little parapet thing up there.
That's a home with a
castle.
turret, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I almost bought a house with a turret here in Georgia.
This
everything
nice.
was one, but they told me the
dope.
plumbing
This shit's move-in ready. Look at that.
This is all right. This is fantastic.
Whoa,
Oh, that's fucking
this
sick.
place.
This is really nice. It's got a
didn't
pool. It's got a
expect-
pool table in it. It's
Dude, go back to
Jesus.
that door. He's got a medieval times door back there with like the one more. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
A medieval
Door.
times door.
I love
that room
modern
is
art.
great. That billiards room is great.
That fireplace, you could burn a body in it.
Bro,
did you guys see it?
$900K for this?
All right.
This is a steal for
Actually,
this fucking thing. In Limerick.
It's got to be haunted or something.
Dude, the bridge. Look at the bridge that one comes. Is that a moat?
Yeah, that's a moat and a bridge, but that's also a ruin. Look at
that's a
that. You
ruin.
can see there's
Yeah,
All right,
this
never
sucks. I don't
mind.
want to live here.
that looks like
like
the
it's
castle
mold of the
they
winter.
rent in Always Sunny when they go to Ireland.
Yeah, that looks like shit.
Yeah, but
damn.
you
I
could
almost
buy a
bought this
castle.
place. I
More
almost bought
reasonable
this
than I
place with a
thought.
parapet, and I ended up not buying it because they said all the plumbing needed to be replaced, and it was in the high like 5 figures to get just the plumbing done.
Mhm.
But and they said it was a big deal to rip it all out. But anyway, the guy clearly had a medieval times fetish because he had a giant wooden throne made and put on his toilet. So
So
when
he
you
was
approached it,
shitting on a toilet.
he was shitting on a throne. He like it was built around the toilet so that you had to lift a big wooden lid and
Everyone needs
get
hobbies.
up on it. It was
That's
absurd.
so
I was like,
fucking
first thing we do is burn that. I don't even want to touch it.
funny.
It's because it looks like it would absorb poo stink and
Yeah,
fragments
you'd
over
be
hundreds
right.
of years.
Yeah,
it was so
things that
disgusting
don't
to
go
have.
well together are wood and
Porcelain
feces.
is the perfect material for a toilet. I promise you.
Yeah.
Porcelain.
Dude, we knocked it out of the park with porcelain toilets.
Yes.
Yeah.
1,000 years
Going
from now, it'll be
backwards from
porcelain.
that.
Porcelain,
Yeah.
stainless steel. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah, yeah.
What's something that like day to day we're using that we could use a fix? Like obviously toilets are at their apex. Porcelain's the right thing.
Ooh, something that could be just way.
Something that could
Way
be way
improved.
better.
Oh man,
I think
You know,
traffic lights suck. I think they've
Traffic
been the
lights
same
could
my
be
whole
better.
life.
Yeah.
I think they've been
Be-
the
you
same
know-
since they added the LEDs or whatever to make them like extra bright and that slightly different shade of green. I haven't seen a difference. It's like
Sorry to
20
bring
years
this
ago.
back to cars, but it is my
No, you're
area
good.
of expertise. I was just in Germany, and I've been to Germany a bunch. It's where car shit happens, so I go to Germany a lot. But variable speed limits that change depending on the conditions.
Ooh.
You know, middle of the night, no speed limit, go as fast as you fucking want. You know, commuting hours, speed limit's 120 kilometers an hour, which is like 60, you know, or 65. You know, bright sunny day, 130 kilometers an hour. It's raining, 80 kilometers an hour, and it changes. And the cars are connected. So there are no speed limit signs. The sign is on your fucking gauge cluster. And you will hit a new section and it will change right like that. And it will go, and all the cars will pick up speed immediately. And
That's
it is
a great
incredibly
idea.
civilized.
I didn't know.
But you know what
that was
America
how they-
has that's similar, that's also good? When the bridges are like 8 lanes wide, and when everyone's going into city, it's like 6 and 2. And when they go out of the city, it's 2 and 6 or whatever.
Yeah,
That's smart.
the little
too.
machine that moves the center barrier.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah. That would be very civilized. I met the guy. I went to a tech conference last year, and I met the guy who invented the iPod. Okay, this guy's a fucking
Thought he was
boss.
dead.
For Steve Jobs. He was in charge of the iPod team under Steve Jobs, and he then went on to invent the Nest thermometer or the Nest thermostat controller.
Mhm.
Oh,
And
okay, that guy.
when he described the process of like figuring out like what they were going to do next, like what the thing was going to be that they were going to fix because they'd revolutionized music, right? Or whatever. And someone was like fucking with the air conditioning on the wall. And he's like, I don't know how to fucking work this thing. And he was like, ding, you know, and they were like, why everybody has one of those. Why is it such a piece of shit? And they bought every single thermostat you could buy, all of them, and they put them all up on this big white wall, and they're looking at it like, why are these all garbage? Like, we have smart devices. Like, why can't you just fucking turn a knob? Like, why is this not so much easier? And then and then they invented the Nest, and now he's got like
they're fantastic,
billions of dollars. Yeah, they are.
That's a great idea. Awesome. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Is that like that kind of thing to improve?
Right. Yeah, like laundry machines, like really smart laundry machines would be great. Or like,
yeah, you know what?
I want to
washer and dryer should be one machine. It should wash it, and
they have that.
They have that.
Yeah, they have that.
Doesn't work.
The dryer function is not quite as effective as
that. Sounds like my dryer already. I'll try it.
Yeah. Do any of you guys have, or have any of you guys seen like the very latest induction stoves?
No.
So like my friend just got one and it is fucking rad. Like I love I love gas stoves.
Is it better than gas? Okay, I mean, Biden.
It's like it's better. Like, okay, it's better and it's worse. Like if you're a chef, if you're like a fucking hardcore chef, nothing beats a super powerful gas stove. And I installed the most fucking super powerful gas stove in my house. So powerful it required a bigger gas line. I have a 3/4 inch gas line going to my stove. It's 36,000 BTUs. Okay.
What are you cooking?
Everything. that notwithstanding.
That is a big gas line.
It's a huge gas line. I have a commercial gas meter at my house.
Are you entertaining a lot? Dozens of people, whole pigs?
Dude, when we renovated the house, I was like, I want this fucking beast stove. And I wanted a heater that would heat my pool and my hot tub like real fucking fast. So I have a 1-inch gas line for my pool heater and a 3/4 for my stove. It's ridiculous. But the new induction stove tops where
saving on that water though.
There are, we're doing good with the water.
Those buckets in the shower seem like horse shit now. Do you see what I did before? When it doesn't matter about the straws, folks.
I followed the fucking law. Line? The law didn't say shit about your pool.
He's not going to swim in cold water, man, and he shouldn't.
Yeah.
He's evaporating buckets and buckets of water out of his steaming hot pool. But
I don't keep the pool hot all the time. The pool right now is like over 80 degrees without the heater because it's fucking hot here in the summer.
Our pool is
so
too.
I don't
use it costs to cool a pool. Oh.
You got a 1-inch Freon line direct to the side.
And a nuclear power plant.
Yes.
No, but the newest induction stoves are really cool because it's just a black square. Okay. And sometimes not even. They can put them underneath the countertop. So you don't have a stove at all. And you can put the pot anywhere on the black stove. It's not like a ring where the burner is here. It's anywhere. And you can even put it here and then move it, and the burner will follow it. And so if you touch it, it's not hot. If your kid fucking falls on it, it won't burn them. And it's more powerful than electric. And it's the whole area. And you could do it through the countertop. So you can just put the fucking pot on the counter and turn it on, and it will just boil water through your countertop. It's fucking badass. It's so cool.
That's really cool.
Do you need special pots and pans?
Yes, but they're not like insanely expensive. They just need to be induction burner friendly, and most companies make them now. Yeah, it's my new shop. We're building a kitchen in, and we're putting one in there because it's just the raddest thing ever.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah,
I like gas a lot, and I never considered that there was different, like a huge variation on the power of your gas stove until I saw maybe it was some Asian cooking where they've got a wok and they were making fried rice, and I noticed that underneath that wok, it reminded me of my dad's like poultry farm, the burners that they use for heaters there. It's just blasting the bottom of that thing with 2 different rings of like high volume.
If you get a proper wok setup like they would have in a restaurant, the amount of fire that comes out under the wok. I mean, mine's really powerful for a home stove, but like it's not wok level. But I went to Guy Fieri's kitchen and he had one, and it was like, oh, it was so.
You know what I was thinking for my item that could be better? Tires. Matt might correct me on this, but it just seems like a bad system. You know, we have to replace the sides of the tires, even though they're oftentimes pretty new when you replace a tire. They're filled with air. I feel like there could be a better suspension system than air. Air shocks are not top of the line. Why are air tires top of the line?
Well,
I don't know how to do it better, but something could
They have the airless tire, and I don't know, Zach did a BRB, but if he's back, pull up the Michelin airless tire, which it works very well for low speed stuff. They haven't figured out how to make a good tire that can go really fast and handle really good hard cornering without air. But they do have the airless tire that's good for off-roading. Yeah, there it is. Off-roading or for like lower speed stuff like UTVs.
Remind me of the NASA
or
tires?
Lawn equipment. Yeah, they look like the Lunar Rover tires.
Yeah.
The Lunar Rover tires are actually made of metal. They're made of a metal mesh.
It seems like you should be able to replace the surface and just like, I don't know, slide that one off, pop a new one on, and it would be good for the environment.
Well, so on semi-trucks, they do that. Semi-trucks where they do the retreads, where they keep it and they do the retread.
Same concept.
Right. With a passenger car, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And yeah, there's the passenger car.
There's a lot of tire waste. It's a huge thing. Like,
I mean, and
they make great fuel.
Some tires can be recycled in certain ways. They shred them and they use them for that material where they make the ground in like playgrounds and shit out of them.
Sometimes garden hoses.
I like that stuff a lot. Yeah, I do like that stuff a lot.
We got hurt a lot as kids on those wood chips because the wood chips would be irregular, and so there'd be big long spears in there. My cousin did that thing where you get going on a swing set and then fly, and I think he landed on his knee in a funny way. This is when he was a younger, 12 or 13. He put this splinter of wood through his kneecap.
Yikes.
Those things were super dangerous. But I remember whenever we'd go to a playground that had the shredded up tires, or even for landscaping for houses, if it's fine enough, it looks good. I don't know.
There's this kid in our grade school who would like pick because I'm just now realizing that must have been a budget thing for my elementary school that they didn't want good wood chips because I had the same ones, those like long shards. And there was this kid that would like pick them up and like put them in his little like belt or pocket, like they were a knife, and he would
like it was a shiv.
With it. Yeah, it's like, dude, we're 5. What's going on with you at home? Like,
there'd be irregular ones that look like guns a little bit, so we'd have a little gun. You know, that was fucking childhood. We'd start a gang. We'd all swear a blood oath, write it on a piece of paper, and bury it. You know, that was.
You know what could be improved? Sprinklers, like lawn sprinklers.
Yeah.
And I actually did see some fucking Instagram ad. It probably only works if you have like the typical suburban, 100-foot by 100-foot square backyard with nothing in it, where it's just grass, where it basically like almost like 3D, like it laser shot the fucking thing. So it scanned your lawn and it precision watered on some like Instagram ad. But like, I think sprinklers could be more efficient. They like, they water go, the things that pop up aren't that great. Like they could be more better.
It shouldn't be above the ground ever. None of the water should never go into the air to evaporate. It should all be underground, like heated floor systems in houses.
Right.
How you've got that conduit.
That might be better than my idea. I pictured something like a Roomba that just shot down and went all over your yard, like dragging a hose
fill
around.
your yard with porous hoses that under a certain pressure just leak, and then turn it to fucking 10 psi, and it like oozes water slowly to your grass.
We have that at my house, where part of the part of the landscaping where there's trees and bushes has what they call bubblers under the ground, but the lawn itself has the things that pop up and spray. So I think they could improve that system.
Yeah.
How about clamshell packaging? We could entirely get rid of that and come up with something better. Pretty fucking easy.
Your stance is wrong. See, you're taking this as a consumer, though. You're acting like they make clamshell packaging. for the ease of the consumer, and they can't figure out how to make it easier to get into their valuable goods. When in reality, they've made it very difficult on purpose, and they've drawn a fine line between too difficult to for a consumer to get into and too difficult and not easy enough for a thief to get into in Walmart and slip that whatever the fuck into his pocket. So they're not going to change that because they like it just how it is. You just
I don't have a solution for what Kyle said, but part of the beauty of clamshell packaging is how well you can see the product, right? If I just put something in a box like your PlayStation comes in, you don't actually get to see the PlayStation. And if it's a shiny toy that you're selling to kids, you need to see it. So what I want is half clamshell and then the other half cardboard backing. And that's pretty easy to get into and also displays the product.
It's the all plastic clamshell that you have to cut in with a knife and then like rip it apart and like people
stab yourself in the palm trying to open that shit.
I don't remember how many, but there are people who die every year from cutting themselves so deeply, like probably through their paper elderly skin on those that they bleed.
Yeah. Like people go to the ER every Christmas, you know.
Yeah. I've definitely cut myself opening.
I've cut myself on them. Yeah, the ones that are good is it's like both sides are clamshells, but on the top, in between the two sides, there's a perforated plastic strip that you go like rip, and then you can separate it cleanly. But to Kyle's point, a lot of these products are high value, like per weight, and so they're like, well, yeah, we need to make it sure that this like gaming mouse can't be slipped into a pocket, and so it's in this giant, you know, clamshell in the brick and mortar store. But even so, that fucking sucks. We have to use shitty packaging because of thieves.
There's two things that I think we need to stop before they get out of hand. And they're both related to cars because again, this is my wheelhouse. One is we went from a key to a start button. Okay, it's fine, no problem. We can press start. That's nice, right? The valet situation, we had to train ourselves to make sure to give the fob to the valet and not leave with it, right? But now they're getting rid of the start button. And we are now too late. Yeah, Tesla started it. Rivian's on it. Lucid's on it. I just drove a Volvo, electric Volvo that had no start button. You have to get in it and put your foot on the brake, and then it's just on. Which I don't
like that.
Because there are all kinds of reasons, and then it doesn't, to get out, to turn it off, you just get out and walk away and lock it, and then it turns off. There's all kinds of reasons to want to turn your car off or want to turn your car on that don't involve stepping on the brake or walking away from the fucking car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to eliminate that.
Bad idea.
I have an idea that you might not like, but I do. They have sometimes gotten rid of the shifter, right? So like my truck, for example, it's an F-150. If you guys know it, it has a big center console shifter, right? Like it's way too big for like to fuck someone with it. It's giant. And on the Dodge, for example, they just put a little dial on the dash.
Hockey puck. Yeah, they do the hockey puck.
Way better. I would love to reclaim this really valuable space in between the driver and the passenger for, I don't know, a phone charging little platform.
So trucks are really interesting. In a lot of cars, most transmissions are electronically controlled, and they can use anything from buttons to a hockey puck to a column stalk like Mercedes has. Ford, their customers love that lever. They love it. Their truck customers love lever. And in fact, the photo that's shown here, I believe, is the F-150 Lightning. And that lever can actually fold flat out of the way entirely, emphasizing that it's not a real lever.
Yeah.
I think that one is a weird one that it's like the type of people that buy those trucks just want that lever feel. As opposed to the puck or the buttons or whatever, but it is not a necessary thing.
Do you know why? I'll tell you why I wouldn't buy a truck that had the puck, because if I'm backing up a trailer or something, I need to be able to, like, if I'm turning my head and lurching back, trying to get a boat to do a thing, I want to be able to reach blindly, grab the shifter and put it right where I want it and never have to turn around and be like, wait, did I click it all the way? Did it engage? I don't know. I need tactile feedback.
It's not intuitive.
And when I fucking move a column shifter or whatever, and I hear click, 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 like I know what gear I'm in. I can do it. If you're using it as a tool, there's going to be a lot of backing up and going forward. It's not just commute.
Imagine snow plowing with buttons. You know what I mean? Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Could be on the steering wheel like your radio controls.
I mean, there's all different kinds of ways to do it.
I don't need any help turning my volume
Another consideration with trucks is that they want them.
If you ever short stroke a button, you kill somebody.
Ford in particular wants people who are wearing heavy gloves to be able to do it. So if you're working in the winter and you're getting in and out of the truck, they want people to be able to do it. It's just a choice. Yeah, it's just a choice. Other cars do it other ways. I mean, there's arguments to free up that center console space for whatever else, and there's arguments that people want the tactile feel, and there's arguments that you want it to work with gloves on. And so I think Ford, at least to their credit, you do need the thing to change gear, but if you need that space for something else while you're working, you can press the button, that shifter goes flat, and then you can flip over the center console and it's a workstation, which is actually pretty creative.
I like it on the column so much better. I would so much rather have it.
Columns, a bunch of people do the columns. Yeah, Rivian does column, Tesla does column.
This happened to me earlier today, like car related, ironically, is like the gas opening lever on every car now is in a different place than where it was 12 years ago. I was walking out to my car from a gas station today, and this woman who frankly was parked 8 feet from the pump, like wasn't even fucking
you already
close.
said woman, you're being redundant.
Yes. She wasn't even close to the pump. And like, she was like opening her side and she's like, "Sir, do you know where the gas thing is on this car?" And in my head, I'm like, I worked at Enterprise for a while. I should know this. And so I went over there and like looked, couldn't find a little lever. And I'm like, oh, this is a Chevy. You just push it and you pop it in. And then it pops out. And I remember like when I worked at Enterprise in like 2013 or whatever, that's when they made a huge shift in all of these. And so like every Ford that came in had a different lever than where the Chevys was at the time. And the Volvos had a button. And then the other ones you had to reach under the seat. You had to like tell people before they rented a Kia at the time, like, now it's not where it should be.
Yeah,
it's in a random place.
Yeah,
it was fucking annoying as
now
shit.
They're all electronic releases, so they can just put the button wherever it's easy.
That's no good.
Opposed to a lever connected to a cable.
That's no good.
Yeah, you should be able to like
about that,
push it. And
what if my battery's fucking dead? What if the car's
no gas for
down?
you, bud?
That's why I'm on the side of the road with a dead battery out of gas.
Yeah,
but both die at the same time.
It's what if there's a multi-phased problem here where the battery's only dead? You know what I mean? Like
I bet you can pull on the gas cap with a little enthusiasm; it'll pop open.
You would break it, but you could.
Would you?
If you needed to. Yeah, you would. You'd break the lock thing.
You know what my Ford has? I'm just real quick, Kyle, that I love. There's no gas cap. There's just a hole in there, and when you stick the gas, what is it called? The pump, the nozzle, the tube. It just pushes it out of the way. The fuel dick,
Ford owns the patent on that, and any other car you see, they had to pay Ford to use the rights to that.
It's so wonderful. I hate the gas cap. I hate screwing it off.
They started doing that a long time ago. They started doing it like 2008, I think. They've had it for a while. Yeah, the easy filler. Guys, I gotta go, and you got to do ads. So you know me, I never do 3. I got a day. I got to get out while I'm ahead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
go enjoy the pool.
Thanks for having. I'm going to the pool.
Your steam water's piping hot right now.
Check out all of Matt's links below. You can find him.
Thank you very much. The Smoking Tire, all the things, Road and Track Magazine, and of course, if you're in California, West Side Collector Car Storage is my shop. Please check us out. And always fun chatting with you guys. If as usual, if any of you are in LA for anything, please give me a holla.
We'll do, man.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right. Have a great day. Bye, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, we're going to hear from a couple of sponsors real quick. This episode of PKA brought to you by Pharoah Distro, PharoahDistro.com. Elevate your experience with Pharoah Distro's collection of high-potency edibles, a journey meant for the courageous or those with higher tolerances. Delight in our exceptionally potent sour belts, available in 3,000 milligram or 5,000 milligram packages. For the truly bold cannabis enthusiast, each belt is genuinely infused with either 300 or 500 milligrams of Delta-8, depending on your preference. These edibles are extremely potent and should be consumed responsibly, aka these are no joke, please don't be a dumbass. A small piece is recommended to start. These irresistible edibles combine sour and sweet flavors, creating an exhilarating and unforgettable sensory experience. Crafted with premium Delta-8 oil, each sour belt provides a consistent dosage, promising to elevate your edible experience to unprecedented heights. We recommend these exclusively, folks, for seasoned cannabis consumers. Please do not start with these. Don't mix out on the Dab X Go, a cutting-edge electronic dab rig that's stirring up a storm. Being touted as the formidable Puffco killer. Buddy of mine with the Puffco has confirmed this. This revolutionary product comes with a magnetic base plate for secure nail placement, an anti-stick design for ensuring a mess-free dabbing experience, and a patented design for the cleanest dabbing experience imaginable. Packaged with a durable, spill-proof travel case, the Dab X Go promises a superior dabbing experience, only available at PharoahDistro.com. We're proudly announced that Pharoah Distro is an exclusive partner of the Dab X Go. If you want it, you got to go there, folks. Seeking the perfect dabs for your new Dab X, immerse yourself in a world of premium cannabis with Pharaoh's Delta 8 and HHC is Better brand dabs. Our dedication to quality shines with our exceptional HHC and Delta 8 infused dabs, which offer a unique blend of potency and flavor for a smooth, satisfying high with every use. Choose Pharaoh Delta 8 or HHC is Better brand dabs to unlock a world of superior cannabis enjoyment. To the loyal listeners of the PKA podcast, we extend this incredible offer. Use the code PKA20 at checkout and receive 20% discount on your entire order. Visit PharoahDistro.com, that's linked below, today and apply the PKA20 code to get 20% off your complete order. That includes the Dab X Go. We encourage responsible consumption. Please note you must be 21 years old to purchase any of our products. Again, that's PharoahDistro.com, PKA20 for 20% off, and that does include 20% off the Dab X Go if that is what you're interested in, which this thing is fucking sweet. I had just got in the mail some more dabs, the things Kyle's referenced. Like, it's got this little tiny thing, and you cut the nipple off of it, and then unlike if you haven't done dabs before, it's a pain in the fucking ass to try and like carve this shit up and like put it in the little top. This thing, you just squeeze it right in to the level, and it doesn't spill out after you've cut it open. You can just like lay it back down on your desk or whatever, and it's good. It's not going to leak. So that thing rocks. If you have a high tolerance, and again, please do not be stupid and buy this if you don't have a high tolerance. These are 500 milligrams a piece. If you please don't get this unless you're ready for a ride, folks, because they also sell 25 milligram ones too. So if you're like, this is too much for me, I know. The 25 milligram ones are where you should be. And if even that is intimidating for you folks, because it can be. Sometimes edibles are scary if you don't have a high tolerance. Just get the HHC is Better cart. With these, you can take a little puff, little tootski every time you need to get a little higher. And also, you don't have to have that anxiety some people get with edibles where they're like, they eat it and then they have like a 30-minute like, oh, I think I did too much. Maybe I did too much. Oh my goodness, I'm going to be stressed. So if you ever have that feeling, it's because you probably took too much. So start slower, right? Check these out if you have a ridiculously high tolerance. If you don't, please get a vape or one of the 25 milligram edibles. And if you're truly a titan of tolerance, they have a 1250 milligram nerd rope. That's like, I'd be asleep until PKN.
I think the nature of the nerd rope is that you're not intended to finish the whole rope in one sitting.
Yeah, you're not supposed to. Yeah.
The package comes with a pair of 1250s. 500 is insane. 1250.
Bananas. You can tell Kyle has been using his a good bit, getting the use out of it. This thing is excellent.
Really putting it through its paces. All right.
Yeah.
I'll say this: it's got good battery life too. The Puffco, I would say, only hits it 5 times before it needs a recharge, like something super lame like that. And it's so shitty, the Puffco. I hate it. That
terrible.
You'll probably fire it up 3 times just trying to get it to work. I hated that junk. This thing works every time. I was thinking about hitting it now, but maybe not. We'll see. Makes me cough. I love it a lot. It's got an American flag on here. I don't know if it's made in America or if they're just, being patriotic, but either way, I appreciate it.
Dude, I like the American. I like the little carrying case it has. It's like a nice carrying case.
It's stink proof, so you could fly with it and not trigger off anything. Although there's no dogs at the airport for weed anymore anyway. But back to your point about the nerd ropes being not for single use. I measure it and do a little mental math real quick and then tear that much off. And now I've got like my dose. So like my dose is around 300 to 600 milligrams. So I'll tear off that much and I'll eat that much fucking rope. But I'm not a super big fan. The nerds are good there to sort of mask the flavor of what's an edible. We're talking about edibles. And the nerds do a really good job of masking that. But sometimes I'll like pinch a few of those off. So they're just, because it's so much candy. I'm not to get some of the candy off there. I want more drugs.
Kyle's trying to
But
get hot.
I'm on the other side. My THC tolerance isn't as good, but my candy tolerance kicks Kyle's ass.
Yeah.
I need the whole nerd rope.
I need a Snickers like nothing.
Oh, Woody can just crush crunch bars all day. Like, no one can keep up with his sugar. But again, most of you out there, do not do what Kyle just recommended unless you know your tolerance is on that level. Please start with an HHC is better cart or one of the 25 milligram edibles so you enjoy yourself more. Or if you do go for one of these, teeny tiny little pieces, guys. Teeny.
Oh, that's the rope? Yeah, the belt. No, the belt.
These are the belts. Yeah, because I know some people are going to be like, well, I'm going to go for the most cost-effective thing, which is the 5,000 milligram container. And so if you do that, just be smart with it. Tiny little pieces, guys.
Yeah, the belts are very sour.
This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. Woody's taking his 5 easy-to-swallow pills right now. Right now, folks. And later tonight, you won't see this, but Woody's wife will. He's going to be spewing all over the bedroom.
Last night, she levied a complaint. She's like, she got up out of bed and she's like, Woody, this is excessive.
And you said, no, it isn't. I'm maximizing my natural potential, my masculinity.
I hadn't even told her. I was back on because I took a break from the lock and load. I don't really have a good excuse, probably some vacation. And but I've been on it for a couple. It takes a good 2 weeks to kick in, and probably I think we say 6 weeks to hit full effect.
Yeah,
and I'm at 3 or 4, so I'm in there. I'm in the zone, but not at peak. And it is just. It's everything we say it is. I swear to God.
100%. If you take it, you will not get 3 weeks in and be like, I'm not even busting. Like you will unthinkingly on like day 15 come and be like, whoa, that was a couple extra spurts at the end there. Like, okay, and there's more to come, folks.
Yeah.
Yes. And so check out Lock and Load, code PKA, code Jizz, get 10% off. Get yourself energy drinks, protein powders, pre-workouts, weight loss supplements, anything you want over at GorillaMind.com. PKA or Jizz will work to get you 10% off that. So check it out. But if you haven't tried Lock and Load yet and you're curious about how much you can actually bust, give it a go. It's not one of those things you're not gonna be on. You'll figure it out in your first bottle. That's a good way to put it. You don't have to wait until bottle 2 to start noticing stuff. You will notice before this shit is gone. You'll still be rattling around a bunch of pills and you'll be like, I'm coming like a man finally. So check it out.
I just didn't like being normal anymore. Like I wanted my superpower back. So I got
no one wants to be normal. You want to blow people's mind with your ejaculate.
Yeah.
Pearlescent.
It's the bomb.
It is the bomb. So check it out. Pharaoh Distro and Lock and Load.
Jism. Poor Toby just got attacked by the yellow jackets again. I gotta go. I gotta find a way to kill those things tomorrow. I thought I'd gotten them with that can of WD-40. I sort of missed it at them the other day, but apparently that didn't take care
of it.
No, it didn't take. I got hit like yellow jackets all over him. I stung.
Is that an actual solution, WD-40 for that, or that's just what you had?
I know if I it'll kill them if on contact, but
you got to get in the hole. Like you need some sort of bait that they bring back to the queen. I'm making
what I'm going to do is get a whole can of Hornet spray, run right up to the hole, and just dose it down the hole. And I might get stung once, but they'll all die. But what I would do if I had, I don't know, a can of gasoline handy, that works too. You can just dump that on there. Boiling water might even do the trick. But then you scald yourself.
So where it'll cool off on its way down the hole.
That's what I thought too. I did it to fire ants in my front yard the other day because I didn't have any ant killer, and there was like an ugly ant hill in my yard all by itself. I boiled the water and poured it on them, and it killed the shit out of the grass. It's just like, fuck, this is worse than.
Can I have the wasp back?
Now I've got like a mud where the anthill was and dead grass.
It seems like you shouldn't try this approach again with the wasps. You know the outcome.
Where the wasps are in the ground is the backyard, and it's a particular back corner of my backyard.
Nice, you don't care.
They just go up there I think they go up there to poop. So, but he got all stung up. They were in his little ears. Poor little fucker. Yeah,
poor guy. I was dog related today. I was just looking around hunting for dogs in my area. I was looking at Bichons. because I love Bichon Frises. They're cute, smart, little fluffy, no shed dogs. And so I was looking around for Bichons, seeing what they had. And I was looking to adopt, like to try and make sure that it's not like a puppy mill situation, but with a dog like a Bichon, because it's very specific. Sometimes, you have to be wary of that stuff. And so I found this little puppy that I sent you the picture of. And I, on the little contact sheet, when you're on those adoption websites, you can be like, put in your email, put in your phone number and a little message. And like, they'll reach out to you about the dog. And so I like put in my phone number, and in the message thing, I was like, I'm interested unless this is a puppy mill. And then I just hit submit. And then like maybe I did this in a pre-shower shit after I was working out. And before I had wiped, I got a call. And so like immediately I get a call from this lady from this adoption agency. And I guess my note had gotten her like noticed. And as that little puppy. And I called, she called me rather. And I'm like, hey, give me the details on the dog. And she was like, well,
so
some people think that some of our locations are a puppy mill, but it's not. And like, I was like, all right, don't lead like that. Don't lead a sale like that. And by the time I got to the end of the conversation, like it became pretty obvious that like this woman was being genuine, where she's like, I'm working on behalf of a company that I don't have like total fucking control because it's like national, but I can vouch for my location and this other one that it's all above board and this and that. And we get our dogs from this, and they go through these rigmaroos and everything. And so by the end of that conversation, I'm like, all right, I'm kind of convinced of it. And then I was like, what's the adoption fee on this dog? Like, how much am I looking at here?
Can I guess?
Right. Yes.
Okay, so this is a Bichon Frise or whatever. One of those little fuckers. And it's like the one you wanted, so it's pearlescent or some shit.
Yeah, it's a cutie.
Like your low.
She's a cutie, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna say 2,500 to 3,500.
1250 is my number. What's the truth?
Kyle's almost exactly. It's 2,990. Yeah, like almost.
I was going to
exactly
split the difference
grand.
if you'd forced a number on me. Yeah,
no,
I'm looking at dogs
you're
too.
Good at this.
I'm looking at dogs too, and like the creme de la creme are usually, unless you go to something silly with some European. The bloodline is strong, and they've got pictures of champions going back 3 generations or some shit. If you do that, you get into $5,000 and $10,000 dogs.
Dude, at the end of the conversation,
like
I felt
really
like
nice purebred dog.
I felt like bad for the lady, because like she clearly loves dogs and is like doing everything she can to like place them in good homes, and like is having to deal with bad reputations of like the whole industry and whatnot. And so it's like, yeah, I get why you would like reach out and be like, we're not like that. I know it's a understood.
What are the odds you have a dog before the next show?
Oh, I would say 0. Yeah, it's going to take a while to try and find a good one, unless I just impulsively do it. That's entirely possible.
Sounds like you found a good one.
Maybe I'm not going to pick the first Bichon I come across. I'm gonna.
What website are you
poke
using?
Around a little bit. I just searched adopt a Bichon, and then I went to a few different websites.
I'm good at this, I think, because I did so much searching for Toby when I bought him. It turned out puppies.com is the best website to find a puppy.
What?
Puppies.com has this. It's not a great search feature. Once you figure out how to use it, it can be a little janky at first, but you can save your searches. You can search between dozens of wackadoo crossbreeds like Havapoos and Duskies and Boogles and whatever the fuck. And
damn, this is a great site. This is so much better.
You need to make an account, but you're going to need that account to correspond with them. That way everybody's certified and like on the up and up. So you're not buying puppies from a guy who doesn't exist in a parking lot somewhere who's going to beat you up and take your $3,000 you brought. You know what I mean? So everybody, it's all on the up and up. And I don't know about puppy mills specifically, but the people I bought my dog from was a family. Yeah, it's such a good resource. You can search by newest puppies, by closest to you, and these sound like common sense features, but you don't find them on most of the other websites. Or most of the other websites are for a specific breeder who has one female or 3 females and 1 male, and so it's like, yeah, we'll have a litter of puppies next year. You excited? Fuck you. But with this website, you can get shit done, and they'll deliver puppies to you. There's a whole service where they drive puppies to your state and bring them to you if they're,
look at
Kentucky.
Look at little Willow. What a sweet Havapoo. That's such a cute dog.
Yeah. Like there's so many awesome dogs.
I don't know what
half
stands
so
for.
It's
but
so
poo
it's
is
half
poodle.
Poodle, obviously. Is it? What's the H?
Oh, Havanese hybrid. I just happened to see that in the All About Me. She is a Havanese hybrid. So
I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. It looks like a dog from a movie.
Yeah, I thought I knew my dogs.
That's a cute little puppy. Oh, Zach has a Havanese. All right, well he knows.
Small world.
Yeah, small world.
I'm mostly looking at because, like I said, we put a dog down this week. And so I've been looking at dogs, but mostly at miniature Bernie Doodles and miniature Aussie Doodles because they're like Toby but little, and I find that appealing. But
you're just gonna get another dog, just a little version of Toby.
Yeah, it needs to be a little dog for sure. I might get a dachshund. I've looked at those and Pomskis.
I don't know, but please, Zach, you have to show Anton. This is
the
adorable.
name's more of a personality thing to me. Now with Toby, his name was Toby when I bought him, and so I just kept it because he looked like a Toby. But I usually try to name them something personality based if I can, or maybe they do something.
Look at little Anton here. Oh, what a sweet little guy.
Nah,
you don't like little dogs like that?
Nah, that's a mid-ass puppy. I don't want any part of that. Look at it.
Oh, he's so sweet. You're ridiculous.
He's
I want to flinch at him and scare him.
Oh, you're a monster.
I
want him to be my best friend. And I'm like, that's my guy. He comes over, he hangs out with me. I give him attention and treats.
Messy little. He's gonna have those dirty tear ducts.
I don't care. You get a little wet. Well, with poodles, you can't get all of it because it stains over time. But like you get a little wipe on them, you go like that.
I'll bleach his little eyes.
Oh, don't do that. I'm not letting you hang out with Anton.
You leave Anton with me.
No,
we have such different tastes in dogs.
Yeah.
You're probably not. I searched for Great Dane, saw a bunch of cool ones.
Yeah,
I'm not remotely interested in any of the dogs you like.
Let me talk about dogs that you like. Great Dane mixes. Sometimes when I search, I thought I knew what I wanted, so I had these. I did it, but then I was just like, show me everything. Show me everything you have. And they mix Great Danes with like an Irish Wolfhound, and you get this ridiculous Great Dane that's all fuzzy. Or they do German Shepherd Great Danes, so they have like a German Shepherd's face, but enormous and goofy. I love when they play God. I don't want some normal dog. Labradors go extinct. Fuck off. Only doodly doos and yeah, I like
doodle doos and those kind of dogs should survive.
Yeah,
I mean, you made a smart move getting a half poodle with Toby. Very smart.
I really like it. I've got him shaved down because it's hot as fuck. And he loves it. I hose him down. He's easy to clean. He doesn't shed. He's hypoallergenic. And he's smart ish.
He's poodles help make dogs smarter. Like they're a smart breed. And so they use them for mixing all the time. Like it makes them smarter and they don't shed. So it's like the most common mix.
If it was up to me, I think I would get a Pomsky, which is half Pomeranian, half Husky. And they can combine in a lot of weird ways. So sometimes it doesn't look good. But the ideal look to me is basically a little Husky. It turns into a little Husky with more silly fur, more
would be better?
Ceremonial for her. Bigger Husky. That's a
Husky like Saint Bernard.
Wolf.
Mix.
Yeah, I guess you just go to wolf, right? Or a wolf hybrid.
They have temperament issues, but I bet a Husky Saint Bernard is cool.
Yeah, Saint Bernards are known for having great temperaments, right?
I don't know. I
thought
can't
they were like
Cujo gives them a bad rap,
I thought they were like the gentle giant dog, right? Or is that not right?
Yeah, it sounds right now that you say it. They're known for slobbering too, which is the thing.
What was Beethoven in that movie?
Saint Bernard.
Yeah,
Saint Bernard.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen one in real life. They have those droopy face thing, and I think they have an eye, like a genetic eye issue, the same way labs do. Maybe I know with our lab, he had to have an eye surgery to fix some sort of lower eyelid deformity or malformation that labs have genetically sometimes. I don't remember the specifics, but You had to have
a lot of labs
fucking
had bad hips, and our labs had bad hips, even though they were like, I don't know, it was a backyard breeder. I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
Whoa,
it's a good dog.
I got a feeling that man is smaller than the average man. In case that's somebody's relative.
The dog.
I don't want to insult him or anything, but yeah, that's a big ass dog either way.
It's just like when bodybuilders pose and the other one gets like 2 feet closer to the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get out of here, bro. Don't force any perspective on me.
Yeah, I love any kind of dog. It's just I'm
hip to this trick.
I don't want a 100-pound dog. Like I want a dog that can just like snuggle up next to me on the couch or like sleep next to me in bed, not take up a huge amount of space.
200-pound dogs will do that.
Yeah, but they'll take up the whole fucking couch.
Fucker. They do take up the whole couch.
That's a beautiful
and the whole
dog.
bed. And when they pass gas,
is that like mixed with a raccoon? What is that?
Is it a chow and a husky? I think that's.
What if you mixed a raccoon and a dog? You could give it hands.
I wonder if he's got a blue tongue like a fucking husky. I can almost see a little. Like that'd be cute. I don't know why I'm mentioning that. I just think that's huskies have those like blue tongues, which is a weird breed thing, I guess.
I never noticed.
I like when they mix the breeds because they get rid of a lot of the genetic hip dysplasia and neurological issues and just issues with cancer. Like it, so many people I know who have purebred pets end up losing those pets or having to put them down because of cancers. And it's like, why are these dogs so prone to cancer? It's because they've been fucking bred down that narrow ass breeding line to keep the blood pure for way too long, and they're like the McPoyles of the animal world.
I'll get some little dog mixed with a poodle, something like that. So
yeah,
not like
I like
the purebred
Cavapoos.
Bichon, I guess.
Yeah, they mix poodles with everything. That Cavapoo that I that you sent me, and then I sent Zach, and then he showed us earlier is a cool fucking option.
Yeah,
but I like most of the dogs that I'm looking at that I think are cool are mini Aussie Doodles. Mini Aussie Doodles. It's an Australian Shepherd, and then they do like 2 generations to make it miniature and mix it with a poodle as well.
It's going to be a wild dog.
They got his blue eyes, so that kind of look around all crazy. I like that a lot, and they're doodly.
Australian Shepherds like need more movement and exercise than like any other dog, don't they?
Yeah, but you miniaturize it, you doodleize it, and he's good to go now. He likes the couch and he can run in the yard. Toby likes to run. I mean, we probably play he goes outside and goes wild for 2 hours a day, just like beating ass outside, running around as fast as he can and tugging on toys and stuff. And those dogs are fucking cute. Love dogs.
Yeah, dogs are the best. I'm almost torn on if I should get 2. Because if I'm not home, like, I don't want them to be lonely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
I'll tell you what, if you get, it'd be cool if we got siblings.
and pull them apart from each other to different states.
Well, they're going to be pulled apart anyway.
Yeah,
like, I mean, get two, and then I'll get like the third, like, brother or whatever is what I'm saying. I'm not saying
if you find triplets, let's do it. I'll get the 2 Cavapoos and you get 1.
I mean, they have like 10.
But don't call them brothers and sisters. Call them fraternal twins because it's cooler.
Fraternal twins. Yeah. That's why they all look so similar. Yeah, I'm excited to get a dog. We'll see when it happens. And I'm also almost torn. Like, so many of my friends have gotten dogs like that are already like 1 year old, like 1.5 years. And so they're like good to go. They are trained. They know like they're not going to piss in your house. But also, like, that puppy phase is so fun and cute and everything. Like, but there is a huge trade-off there. Like, if I'd be like sitting here doing the show and being like, oh, another piss stain happening right there in my living room, like in real time. Can't fix that right now. I guess that's soaking in. So,
no, I'm with you. I like slightly older dogs. 1 year, 1.5 years. It's a good spot.
Yeah, I might do. I don't know.
I feel like I bonded so well with Toby. Like, man, you don't want to hear about how cute my goddamn dog is, but my dog's fucking cute. I'll be in bed and he comes in there and jumps in and he just flops into me with his full body weight, and he's got to be leaned against me. If I move over and let him go flat on the bed, that's no good. That's not what he wanted.
He's got to be touching you.
He wants his body weight into me, and he must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. He's not a giant or anything, but he's laying right across my ankles all night long, and I fucking love it.
Great Danes do that. You wouldn't like it though.
Yeah, that's a giant.
He pins me down at night and I can't move.
How much do they eat? Because Toby eat. All right, obviously your dogs eat more than my dog, but my dog eats this huge dog bowl of food, and I'm like, dude, I can't eat that much. There's no way.
So as adults that aren't growing anymore, 4 cups a day. It used to be 6. I don't know how that compares.
I feel like he doesn't eat 6 for sure, but he might be eating 4 cups at a time too.
Oh no, 2 cups at a time. We feed him twice a day.
Yeah, I feed him twice a day, but he eats it's like a pounder. It's so much food. And I'll be like, I kept giving him more and more because I thought he's a year, almost exactly.
He's growing.
I keep thinking, yeah, that makes sense. But I keep thinking, I'll give him this much. He'll never eat that, and then next time I'll give him less, and we'll dial in exactly how much he wants. But he always finishes the bowl no matter what. So I don't know how much.
I think what will happen is he'll hit 2 years or something, and it'll be like, you know what? He's getting a little fat. This isn't the right amount anymore.
Yeah, my other dog got fat. She sneaks.
I don't hate fat dogs. Fat people? Nah, not cool. Fat dogs, fat fish, bring them on.
Fat fish would be okay with. That's a happy fish. That's just more buoyancy. But I feel bad because the dog gets all tuckered out too fast, and she's it gets too hot. She's laying there like.
Yeah, no, you're right.
60 degrees.
There's a balance to be struck, though. I just don't need my dog to be an athletic champion looking. Maybe it's because my dog is old. I have 2 old dogs. One of them is a little chubby, Ender, and the other one's super skinny, like an elderly old woman. And it's not what you want.
Might be time to search for some dogs soon yourself. It sucks so bad losing that little pupper. I felt awful all week. We had the living room full of people, all like family and friends came to say goodbye to the little dog, and everybody's hugging her and kissing her. It was a rough scene. I keep crying every time I find a fucking it was time to feed her. It's like time to feed all the dogs, and her food is special. So there's normally this other step for feeding this, and it's like not doing that tonight. It was a real bummer. It still is. It's still fucking sad. The ashes show up tomorrow, so we're gonna have a whole meltdown tomorrow around noon.
I hear you. It's the sort of thing where a little time passes and you forget how emotionally painful it can be, but it's brutal. Yeah. It's my little friend. I spend all day with his dogs, and that one in particular was 16 years old and real sick with the heart failure. So I'd keep her right next to me on like a tuffet, like a little pile of cushions. It's like, you doing okay? You cool enough? You got enough air? You want some How'd you know it was time?
She had a seizure. And was just laboring with her breathing, just always panting. And she would get fluid on her lungs. So she had this cough, and that was getting worse. Just everything was really coming to a head. And it was clear she just wasn't. Oh, she stopped eating as well, like 12 hours before.
I know it's hard, but that's the best. Like, that's the best ending. I've had all the endings. I've had the died too early all of a sudden in a snap. Didn't expect that. That sucks. I've had the really slow fade away where you make the decision to put the dog down and you second guess it. You could have done it 6 months ago and it would have been an act of kindness, or maybe you could have waited 6 more months because she was still existing.
Good days and bad days.
Right. That's a really hard time to get it right. But the situation you've had, which I've had too, is the dog's declining. It's old. It's not doing well. And then undeniably it's go time. So you take whatever your 2 more days and you do it. That's
even what I said. I was like, maybe today was a bad day. Maybe today was a bad day. But then the next day wasn't a good day. And it's like, it's time. And the vet came over to the house and did the whole thing, and took a little paw print. And but yeah, those ashes show up tomorrow, and I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown. It's gonna be rough tomorrow around noon when those show up, because I'll know when the doorbell rings. It's gonna be I'll be crying when I get to the door. It'll be fucking pitiful.
What are you gonna do with the ashes? The diamond thing, or sprinkle them around your home?
I'm either going to do the diamond thing
in a rental.
I'm
Just put it in the
Why,
Your girlfriend's like, I loved her too, but yeah, like
I want it deep in the shag.
Deep in the shag.
Never leaving. Either I wouldn't be completely opposed to just keeping the ashes in a ceremonial in a fucking urn, but either diamond urn or scattering somewhere pretty. I haven't decided. And it's not entirely up to me, but I don't know, something befitting the dog and her happy little life that she lived.
She always loved getting into the trash cans. So
she did. She did. It's what she would have wanted.
Yeah. Kyle's singing "Come Sail Away."
Jesus Christ! Flush the toilet. Come sail.
She always drank from the toilet. Dump some ashes.
It's what she would have wanted.
Oh, it's dark. Yeah, but that's one of the reasons.
Not much good stuff to do with ashes.
I can understand liking the big dogs, but man, it's a bummer how they only live for that 7 to 10 sort of years thing. Like if you got a 12-year-old Great Dane, he's a great Dane. Like that's an old ass dog.
Yeah.
But those little dogs, I don't know exactly how it works, but something about metabolisms and smaller creatures, they just live longer. You know, this dog was 16 and she ran around. This wasn't a crippled dog. Up until very recently, she was running around yapping, playing with toys and shit. And a lot of them do that. I'm pretty sure my dad currently has this mixed breed mutt. It's got to be 20, man. I know the world record's 23, but I'm telling you, he had this dog when I graduated high school. That was 2004. This dog is 19. Yeah. It looks like it's mixed like a basset hound. It looks like a basset hound if you had to pick a breed that it looks like.
It's
mixed with, and that dog's been living on a farm for 20 years, running behind tractors, running under fucking equipment, and just
might have been a healthy lifestyle, right?
That's
whereas most dogs kind of exist on the couch.
Her siblings she had another sibling that was couch potato and died a decade ago, and it's like living that active life
lived. Yeah, because we've been in this house for 8 years now, I think, and it's, I don't know, 14 acres, 15 acres that they go outside a couple times a day. They get it. Maybe it's been good for them.
I guarantee it is, because the dog that lived the couch potato life died the other dog's still there. Like, we don't cap at 19.
It's got to be the same as people.
I have no documentation, but this dog is close enough to the world record for the oldest dog in the world that it's worth mentioning.
I think there.
Wait, was that with 32 or something? Is that the record?
Dog
sometimes longer than 20. Oh, I think I saw some dog a while back that was 20s, like early 20s.
Someone claimed they had a cat that was like 30 something.
I mean, shit. There's so many of them, dude. You get enough tries. Like, who's to say? Why not?
It's could have been a Japanese
Sometimes
cat.
God just forgets about a pet.
Yeah. You just keep going.
Look at our Congress.
Yes.
Yeah. God has forgotten about Biden and what the hell is that? Mitch
Don't say
McConnell.
Feinstein, because I think the Lord noticed her recently.
I think he's. Oh, did she die?
No, she fell, and
oh,
they're talking about power of attorney and shit like that. Like, it's.
So I was thinking 21 years. It's 31 years for the oldest fucking dog. So not even close.
Yeah,
I mean, 2/3. I bet if we saw a picture of him, you'd be like, yeah, that's 31-year-old dog. I believe you. Just get it out of here.
Terrible. No teeth, no eyes, 1 foot.
You've got the record. Can he die now? Please.
No. This is my pup Methuselah.
Oh, hell yeah.
He looks great.
Dude, I want to pet that big boy and shake his paw. That's fucking...
That dog does not look old enough.
No, he doesn't.
That's There's no fucking way that's the oldest dog ever. Now I can't read what it says on the certificate.
Guinness Book of World Records certificate. I don't know what the rest of it says though.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how
he's
much are we really
dog.
checking over at Guinness? Yeah, says the dumbest dog.
Boy.
This is the dumbest dog in America.
It just says bestest boy at the bottom.
That's what you should do. You should give Toby a Guinness World Record plaque that just says the best boy, and then take a photo of him.
He has like 5 dogs. That's a little like
he'll have to come up with other categories. Yeah, 3 dogs now.
Christ, down to 3 now.
Soon to be 4,
but soon to be 4 or maybe 5. I kind of want, I like them a lot. I love my dogs. I really do. They're great. I have little whole conversations with them. Toby's super vocal, so he's I'll talk to him and he'll talk back. It's super fun.
Every day we get clips from Kyle of you just following Toby around his house, being like, "You got a whole 12-pack, don't you? You got the whole 12-pack."
And he picked up a whole 12-pack of soda and carried it up 2 flights of stairs and then jumped into a bed with it. And he's just standing there with it in his mouth because he's such a fucking goober.
Yeah. He knows you like Pepsi Zero. He wants to be like you.
That's what it is. He sees me with these Pepsis and he wants to be like me. Oh, that's cute.
He wants to be just like his
He
master.
lies down just outside my shower. There's a shower mat. He lies on the shower mat and watches me through the glass door. And he looks worried. I think he's worried I'm going to drown in there. And he's like keeping an eye on me. Whenever he hears me go in there, he's like, "All right, let's play lifeguard again." That's genuinely how it feels. It feels like he's looking out for me.
That's cute.
That's
not something that like my small dog could do.
This is pitiful.
He's not going to help me.
This is pitiful, but the husky, he's 10 years old now, and he never comes upstairs because he has a hard time getting up the stairs. And he's been coming up the stairs ever since the little dog got put down and looking around every day.
Oh,
he'd never been upstairs before, and he comes up every day now and goes room to room and looks around.
That's
and they
really
never
sad.
had any. They never really interacted. They were just kind of like lived around each other. But you can tell that he's just like, "What's going on here? Where'd she go?" He'll like peek into rooms that I have extra rooms. No. Go to the next room. No. It's real pitiful.
Dogs are so human in that way.
We don't deserve dogs.
They're the best.
Some of us do.
Yeah, not me.
I mean, I'm great. Come on. I mean, maybe you don't, but
everybody loves dogs. Everybody who's normal loves dogs. Well, and some people who aren't normal.
Hitler had dogs.
Hitler loved dogs. That's what I was thinking. He was all about German Shepherds. I don't know if I don't know if it was a German Shepherd thing or a dog thing, because I don't think I've ever seen him admiring.
I've seen video of him playing
dogs.
with it. I've seen video of him playing with his dog.
Blondie?
Other dogs. Blondie, yeah.
That's I remember that.
Remarkable that you know that.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen the History Channel.
And It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
And It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
And you combine those together and you've got it pretty well wrapped up. The Eagle's Nest, the Third Reich, Hitler.
See, I was trying to say I learned it from a documentary, but you're more right about It's Always Sunny. I learned that.
I don't know how I feel about him poisoning the dog in the end. They say it was to test the potency of his cyanide capsules that he gave the dog the cyanide. But what? I always, and I guess it is, because I could imagine putting the dog down because the Russians are coming. Like, I'm not going to let the Russians get Blondie, but who knows what they'll do? Their dirty fucking Slavic hands. I mean, we raped our way across Eastern Europe all the way to fucking Stalingrad. They're gonna want some payback on Blondie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're gonna rape the dog. You think
they may rape it? They may indeed rape Blondie, and I wouldn't want that. So I
probably
put
leave the dog alone and steal the washing machine, just based on what I'm looking at.
And I think that he did test the cyanide capsule on the dog, though. He ended up taking the cyanide and then shooting himself, which is an interesting. Let's make double.
Why would you do two? Like, and how do you not trust cyanide? Isn't like. My understanding of a cyanide pill wasn't like, and that's the exact amount to end your life. I thought it was like, this is a chunk of poison. It will kill you. Like you're going to die. It could kill 8 people if we all split this. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sometimes people survive it, and sometimes they're scarred by it, I guess. Remember, that was the whole deal with that James Bond villain, is he had bitten his. Obviously, it's James Bond, but he had bitten the capsule, and it had fucked his whole face up. Because he survived it, and then
was that the guy who was
captured
like,
and tortured?
Don't put it in your pocket.
Yeah,
Okay.
Different movie, but yeah, that's Javier Bardem.
No, it's the same movie. It's the same
just imagine.
Mr. Bond, don't put that in your pocket, or it will become just a magical orb. I've never seen that movie. I don't know what it's about.
That's how he looks at it. He's like, ooh. And then he does? Oh, yeah, you nailed it. That's perfect. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that fucking movie.
Dude, I want to rewatch No Country for Old Men. That movie is so fucking good. So good. The pacing is great. I like how slow it is at the start.
The third act, I don't like how it ends. It's not how I would have wanted it to end. It's how
would you have ended it, Kyle?
Man, I want the old timey shootout and everything. But if you watch a film theorist, a real buff, talk about No Country for Old Men, they'll start telling you that Javier Bardem's character isn't even there, that there is no Javier Bardem, that he's some sort of force of evil or something. That he's not.
He killed that guy in the police station in the beginning. He's real.
He kills a lot of people in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He kills the guy who gave the.
I'm mixed on the ending.
Remember, he comes in, shoots the guy. He gave the Mexicans a transmitter. He thought that more hunting, would be. That's ridiculous. You picked the tool for the job.
Yeah.
I'm with you. That
I see.
The ending wasn't perfect. I agree. Like something about it, I just couldn't put my finger on it. It seemed unfinished, even though I guess if you look carefully, there's a reflection in the doorknob or something. And he just decided to bug out of there and retire. But that is a fizzle. I agree. And on the other hand,
interaction, but our main character with the bag of money, he fizzles. He gets killed off screen by the gangsters with his wife in front of her. We don't get to see him. He doesn't get to defend himself. We don't even get to see it happen. We are told about it.
Yeah. So on one hand, it's unsatisfying. On the other, if it was a shootout like every other movie made in Hollywood, would it be such a classic? If it was at the end, we did what you expected us to do, and either the good guy or the bad guy won, and would that have been as good a movie?
I totally agree with what you're saying.
For me, it would have, because what makes it great to me is Javier Bardem's character, and his ridiculous villain. And then Josh Brolin's character as this man from a different time that I really admire. It's like, oh man, they wouldn't got one of them 1950s cowboys and made a movie about, brought him up into, I guess it's in the 70s though, based on the Carz, 80s, early 80s. It's something in that time period based on the car. It feels like 80s tech too. I don't know. I like that movie a lot. And in the end, I'm liking it less and less and less. And then I don't mind the part that you mentioned, which is when Tommy Lee Jones' character goes to the motel and Javier Bardem is hiding inside the motel. He's been looking for the money, the briefcase, the satchel, and he's hiding behind the door. And Tommy Lee Jones' character does not walk into the room. And I'm sure that's meant to be not exactly taken literal. That's supposed to mean something. I don't care what it means. I'm okay with it, though. That doesn't bother me. I didn't like seeing Josh Brolin's character, or rather not seeing Josh Brolin's character get his full due, because he's been the smart guy this whole way through. He's the guy that when he closed the door, he's like, put a chair against that just in case. I mean, I have been fleeing across the country. I am a ghost in the wind, but I mean, I got a bag. I got $1 million in a bag and a gun next to me, and there's a hitman out there. Chair against the door. Yeah, let's hide the money up. That he's always thinking, and you watch him think. He shows you. He doesn't tell you when he's thinking and doing things. There's this scene where he opens the money the first time in the desert, and I can't remember what the line was, but Josh Brolin improvises, and if you can't call it improvisation, but it worked so well. He's out there, dead Mexicans, cartel on the ground, bodies everywhere. He's been hiking. $1 million. Doesn't say that. I love it. I love that whole scene in the beginning where you've got this, man's man out there hunting for antelope, probably to eat. And he's come upon this situation that he's pretty well suited for. I think he may have been in Nam, which further kind of leans toward this being around the 80s. I love that movie. Then it fizzles, and I don't get it'd be like, he's like a Rambo type character. He's a
you just
muted, we lost your audio. He's a Rambo type character.
Yeah, exactly. Kyle makes a lot of good points, but I just think if it had the typical ending of every other Western with a big shootout, that they'd have to do it in a really clever way. Because I'm thinking Tombstone ended well, and that was a shootout, But something about like Val Kilmer getting there before Wyatt Earp. I don't know my actors like Kyle does.
Yes.
You know, like it makes Tombstone a good movie, but it didn't just have the typical shootout that I was expecting. No Country for Old Men would have had to do something that I can't think of. I don't
Tombstone
know what that is.
had 3 or 4 great shootouts. You've got the shootout at the OK Corral. You've got when Wyatt Earp walks on water across that creek and breaks the ambush apart, turns the table on the others, and then you got when Michael Bihn's Ringo gets surprised by Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday showing up at the old oak tree. Johnny Ringo, look like you stepped out your grave.
It's not seen a ghost.
It's something like that. Something like that. And it's like, it's the only guy that Johnny Ringo's been afraid of this whole fucking movie. The thinking man's assassin fucking rogue. Doc Holliday's such a fun character.
They speak in Latin back and forth. You're like, whoa, the bad guys have one too. Like, it's cool.
See that, honey? That's Latin. Here's an educated man. Now I really hate him.
Yeah,
great.
He does the thing with the cup. You know,
I've heard great things about Tombstone.
What? You haven't seen Coombs?
No, I haven't. One of my least favorite brands of frozen pizza.
Well,
even worse than Jack's somehow. Tombstone. Does that have Clint Eastwood?
No.
It has John Wayne.
Are you being a problem right now on purpose? Are you fucking with me?
In a way, but also I don't know who's in Tombstone. I thought that Clint Eastwood was a good guess, and John Wade's a good guess too.
Kurt Russell.
It's Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer.
Wait. Now he was in
Top Gun.
Top Gun. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Top Gun. I will at some point see Top Gun. What else is he from other than Top Gun? Val Kilmer.
You want a list? Like,
is he from Rocky?
Kiss, Bang Bang.
Is he from Rocky?
No, he's not from Rocky.
I haven't seen Rocky, so I don't know.
All right.
Now he's kidding, right, Kyle?
No, I haven't seen Rocky. I haven't seen any of them.
He hasn't seen Rocky. He hasn't seen any of them.
Did you have a TV growing up?
Yeah.
He's like a Romanian immigrant. Sometimes I think he's a fucking Soviet spy that they like ditched because the Cold War ended and they forgot
my movie
about
knowledge. Realistically, if I had to estimate my percent of movie knowledge compared to Kyle's, I might say 5%. Kyle really may have seen 20 movies for every one I've seen.
Not only has Kyle seen a lot of movies, but he has somehow they stick in his memory.
Yeah, his recall
is
most. Excellent.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can't remember fucking J.K. Simmons' real name, but it's J.K. Simmons. Do you know who J.K. Simmons is?
Yes, We Are Farmers.
The author of Harry Potter. Everyone knows that.
When he's like, drum faster, I'm a big bully. And I saw that drum movie with him in it, and it was entertaining, but it was hard to take seriously because at the end of the day, he's a guy who's like
J.J. Jameson from Spider-Man. That's how I know.
Yes. Yeah. But that drumming movie, that music movie wasn't great. It kept me entertained.
Are you talking about Drumline? What movie is this?
He's basically like the head of a chorus or some shit, the band, and everyone's like, we all want to. You have to work really hard to be in this guy's troupe, and he walks in semi jacked. And no, I haven't seen Rocky, but I've seen this. Yeah,
you've seen Drumline. It's probably like Drumline 3, The Reckoning too.
That's what it's called. Yeah, it wasn't good because
I've never seen Drumline, but Sharknado 2 was a winner.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
Well, you're very upsetting to talk to about this sort of stuff.
Dude, I love talking about movies with Kyle because I can just be totally honest of my ignorance, and it frustrates you.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of pop culture. It's my favorite thing. I love it. I love the art of it. It's beautiful to me. I like playing that. Is it 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon or whatever? When you try to connect people, I love doing that in my head. That's a fun game to kill time. I
told you like a while back that I've never seen Ghostbusters, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that one got you pretty good.
Yeah, because it's a real fundamental piece of comedy starring some of the greatest of all time in this weird mishmash of cocaine-fueled comedy gold, just written and helmed by Harold Ramis.
I don't think
I'm not going to go
Ghostbusters
through
holds up. I loved Ghostbusters because it came out when I was the right age for it. But I think if you watch it now, you'd be like, it's maybe overrated.
I watched it last year. I watched it in 4K. It was beautiful. And no, I like it. I still like it. I like Bill Murray a lot. And some people find him to be, I don't know. They also don't like Chevy Chase, that sort of smartest guy in the room, too cool for class, even though he's an ugly, chubby guy,
Bill Murray in particular. Like, look, I like Bill Murray because he's somehow the smartest guy in the class, like you said, without being an asshole, in my opinion. But it also is like, where is your humility? You couldn't get laid in high school. I don't know. Maybe he's got the riz, but I just see Bill Murray as, you shouldn't be that happy with yourself when you're ugly.
I think it's usually a character, I guess, but it's just sort of like what you take from him. But anyway,
he should apologize
is something
like that in every role.
I want to talk about Baldur's Gate because you do know about that, and it won't upset me anymore. So for those who don't know, Baldur's Gate, I didn't know anything about Baldur's Gate 1, 2, or 3, or that there was this thing made by Lorien Studios or whatever, and that they had this cool CEO who didn't think of profit margins as his primary factor. There's no DLC in this game. There's no microtransactions in this game. They made a point of saying, we made a full game and sold it for full price or whatever. It's been in early access for a number of years, apparently. And it's 97 on Metacritic. It's closing in on the most played game of all time with concurrent players on Steam. That's the stat I'm talking about. 815,000, I think it capped out at, which is crazy. PUBG was around 1 million, if I remember, but it's been years. It is different from anything I've ever played before. They say it's a CRPG, but then I Googled that and it said that's a computer role-playing game, and I was like, okay, they all are, so that doesn't really work. And then I was like, is it an action role-playing game? I'm not sure how to describe it other than saying it's a very, very in-depth RPG. If you're the kind of guy who skips cutscenes, don't bother. And it really matters what your character is. If you decide to be an elf who's smart, you will have a completely different playthrough than if you just pick, I don't know, a human who's strong and kind of go through that. Things will happen differently for you. But the combat is where this thing is completely different from anything I've ever done. The closest I've come to the combat in this turn-based manner is Pokemon, games like that where you've got multiple entities or Magic the Gathering, because I've never played D&D. I don't know anything about it, but that's the other thing. Anyone who plays D&D, you're one of those hyper nerds who hangs out with your buddies around a table. My God, they made a game for you. They took, and I don't know why it's not just called Dungeons and Dragons. If they were just going to do that, they copied the rule set and everything and made it work in a game perfectly. I'm having so much fun. There were some growing pains where at first I'd play for an hour and be like, I think I'm done with this for now. But every time I go back to it, I play for longer because I get more invested and I get better at it.
And got fucked up by those goblins a couple times in a row, trying to be a little too clever at that approach. But that's the thing, that Kyle's explaining is you can go into the fight like we did, and we tried to there's a little kind of hideout here with some goblins, and I'm sure there's loot and stuff there, and we kind of want to get past them. And so we go there and we try the initial thing, which is what you always do in these games, which is combat. Let's try and knock them out and move through. But unlike Diablo or Vermintide,
or
every enemy, every single enemy outlevels you. And so by numbers and by strength, if you see a level 4 guy who's got 50 HP, it's oh, that's a real problem right now because we're all truly weak. You level so slowly. And so we got blown out twice trying this fight before we realized, all right, we have to, who among us is the most suave, who's got the best verbal ability, whatever that's called, their charisma, I think it is. And Kyle has a higher charisma character, and so we're all right, nobody else talk to this guy. Kyle's gonna go up and initiate conversation because we're more likely to get a better outcome because Scum's character has no charisma. And so if he goes and talks to him, dice roll is going to happen, and it's going to be like, uh-oh, Scum, you need to roll a 17 to not get stabbed in the eye right now. Whereas Kyle would be like, okay, he has bonuses. He really just needs a 10. We need to hope.
And you roll die on the screen. There's a D20 die, and maybe it's a very hard confrontation. I'd be like, you need to roll there are some where it says roll a 20 or die, basically, or fail, I should say. Roll a 20, and you'll convince this guy that you are actually a ghost and not an enemy, and he'll walk away. And it's 20-sided die. I think it's like 1 in 20, huh? Yep, that's exactly. Fuck. And I don't even think you can roll a 19 and then add a modifier. You have to roll like a solid 20. So you could save Scum, I guess, through that. But I try not to do that. That's when you save the game, then roll the die. Oh, I didn't go my way. Load back and try again. I try not to do
really
that.
In the spirit of it.
But you could play as that dinosaur man or whatever he's called. And when he's in that encounter that you were just describing, where we meet the troll and I sweet talked him, because he was I saw a playthrough with the dinosaur man who's using
the dragon I think.
Yeah, something like that. And the goblin's like, get down and kiss my foot. And your buddy's like, leave or kill him, but do not grovel to that guy. And you're like, in your dialogue options, you scroll all the way to the bottom, and it's like, that foot looks tasty. That toe so succulent. You lean in close, and they cut to third person. You like get on your knees. You have a tail, so it's sticking out all like it looks bad. The goblins are like, oh, he's gonna kiss the boss's foot, and your buddies are all like, what the fuck, boss? Don't kiss his dirty foot. He's a goblin. And you bite his fucking toe off. You bite his toe off with your opportunity. And you can only do that in that one scenario if your character's spec'd just right, and he's that fucking dragonborn man or whatever. It's that stuff has been fun to me. My character is a rock gnome. She's a tiny 3-foot tall girl, and I've spec'd her so that she is very intimidating. Yes. Okay. Anytime I'll be facing off against trolls and goblins, and they'll talk shit, and it'll be like intimidation. Better back up unless you want some of this. And she'll do that, and they'll be like, sorry, boss, we didn't want none of you. We didn't know. We made a mistake. Here's a bit of gold for your trouble, boss. They're like,
are you level 2 or 3 yet?
Like 3 or 4 or something like that. Yeah. 12 is about where it caps out. We were saying earlier, because I think Dungeons and Dragons at 12, you're a very powerful character.
There's a lot of like dirty, funny scenes. Like I haven't played as much as Kyle, but like we were going through this same village, and we wanted to explore a barn. And so like we opened the barn doors to look in, and there's a giantess or ogre woman on all fours being fucked from behind by a werewolf man who's like a more normal size guy. And like immediately it goes to a cutscene where like Grug and Grugette or whatever are like, what are you doing in my barn? And then like
he's embarrassed. He's covering his weredick.
Yeah, and then there's like what you can do or leave, and we are all like select to run away because it's very obvious that like we will get one shot by this giant troll bitch. And so then like I happened to be the furthest away, and so I ran as far away as I could. Scum couldn't make it. Scum gets decapitated by the wereman. Kyle takes a couple steps away, but to no avail, because that big bitch is quick. She clears a lot of ground quickly. And now within like one half a turn,
between her titties.
I'm far away that I can't revive anyone or whatever. Kyle's dead. Scum's dead. Urban's almost dead. And then it's like, oh, so you can. So like it's not like other games where you could actually just turn and run, and like they'll forget about you and like turn and wander back to their little save area.
In combat.
Yeah, they will not forget that you just caught them fucking. Now they're mad, and they want to kill you.
It goes to turn-based mode too, and each turn you can only move say 30 steps. So if you try to run away, you'll move your 30 steps, and they'll be like, "Fuck you! I can move 50 steps and punch you," and they'll just beat you to death. You can't get away without using some special ability or power to break contact and get away. But talking your way out is more often than not the way to go.
Yeah.
A lot of it's very sexual. All of your companions are way into you. The one chick is like, I'm going to speak plainly. I want to taste you. Might not be tonight, Might not be anytime soon. I'm coming.
Careful, this game's trying to bite your foot.
And there's pussies and dicks right off the bat.
It's a really horny game.
And in the character creation, I hide my clothes, and there's like pussy and titties. And then I checked. You can't. I think this is the woke part that people were complaining about way back when. I think you pick like female or male voice. There's no gender's completely out of it. It's just about genitals and voices. So who cares? So you can just throw a dick on your character, and then you get to decide dick A, B, C, or D. You get to pick all the different. There's only a handful of dicks, though. The first mod that I even heard of is called Better Dicks.
Better Dicks.
It's called Better Dicks. They're already making mods.
Now they're in 4K. See the veins.
Bigger, stronger, faster. I don't know. It looked like an average size dick to me. But you could go cut, uncut.
Becomes a ranged weapon.
Pubic hair. There's several different vulvas. I went vulva A.
The vulvas seem. I didn't spend much time on them, but it seems to be a pube thing.
It was a pube thing.
I didn't spend any time on the dicks either. The dicks also seem to be a pube thing.
Cut or uncut as well.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, okay. You scroll to the end for the uncut guy.
All right.
Or
I didn't spend. To be progressive,
uncut.
Yeah. That's a silly thing to complain about. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I really don't care. I mean, it's a game where you can and will probably have sex with a man who has transformed himself into a bear at one point.
Like, if that's the right move for your character at the time.
When is it not?
Maybe the bear has some sort of gemerald that you could kill it and then take for yourself. You never know. Fair. This is that kind of game.
I saw everybody simping super hard for the Shadowheart character online. I guess that's the hottest female character, that you see. Everybody's real into her. I keep seeing most of the clips I've seen have had her like in. I guess it's a mod because she's in like lingerie. So it's like a Final Fantasy character or something. Just really ridiculous. Yeah, it's a wonderful game. I bet it wins Game of the Year. The sales are ridiculous. It's making other developers look bad. I love there's no microtransactions. I think you can buy a premium version and get a cape, but that's that's it. There's no horse armor.
That's great. When's the last time a game did that? Like a big game?
I think the other contenders for Game of the Year would be. Wasn't there a Zelda game? I don't play that Nintendo shit, so I don't know. But I think like Tears of the Forest or whatever Zelda game just came out. It's supposedly so. I think it's a 96 on Metacritic. It's Tears of the Kingdom. I was close as fuck. I don't even know what those games are about. I really don't.
I've never really played the Zelda games.
You never played a Zelda at all? I played it as like when I was in school.
No, I think I had the wrong console when it or whatever. I don't know. I never got into it or knew what it was at all, and I still don't. Just never really owned a good Nintendo system. Really, my sister had a 64, but she didn't have any good fucking games. She had Paper Mario.
Paper Mario was another turn-based game.
It was. I loved Paper Mario.
It was fun. Yeah, I liked Paper Mario too. That was not one of my biggest games on N64. I remember loving Donkey Kong 64, which was hard because you had to find so many goddamn bananas all around that giant map. Then Super Mario 64, which was the exact same thing as Donkey Kong 64, except you're collecting stars on a different map than the golden bananas. I see that now. I see that clearly now. Those are the same game. And then WWE 1996 or 1997, where there was a special character where like they all had special like finishing moves. And one of the guy's special finishing moves is like the other wrestler would be on the ground, like on his back. And this guy would take their legs and spread them and like headbutt their genitals and like it'd make a ding noise. Yeah. Did you ever play that one?
No. Again, my sister.
It's because of that game that I concussed my younger brother because I was trying to do a different special move where you kind of slammed someone, but we were on concrete and we didn't think it through.
Oh, yeah, that's no good. No, I didn't have any cool games for the most part because they almost would never buy me games as gifts. I feel like they thought it was like I was going to be in my room playing the game, and they didn't want to encourage that. I can't remember if I played anything but before Grand Theft Auto that was any fun. Grand Theft Auto Vice City. When I got that for Christmas, I was like, "Do you know what you just bought me? do you know what this is? It was like they bought me crack cocaine and sent me to my room.
Shit, I think it was called WWF Warzone in 1998. Yeah. Damn, what a stupid game. I'd never even watched wrestling my entire childhood. I never watched professional wrestling once, but I had that game on my N64 and thought it was fun and cool. Did you like wrestling? I didn't. I'm so distanced from that. The same with like comic books. I had no friends growing up who were into comic books.
None.
I was never into comic books. I always have seen it like in pop culture as like, that's not something people are really that into. Like, really? Like, it was never my experience.
Baffles me. Who was our guest recently who was into it? Like last week, maybe. Who was our guest last week?
Fuck, don't ask hard questions, man.
Anyway, we were talking to somebody recently, last week or the week before, and they were explaining to me why they like Golden Boy. He liked wrestling, and I was trying to ask him, like, fucking why, dude? And I politely told him why I thought it was lame, and he was just like, I like all these things. Yeah, that's just lame though, because it's just a bunch of. Look, I like the UFC because they actually beat each other up at the end of it. They do everything that the WWE does, but at the end of it, they back it up. That's why I like the UFC. Why do you like what you
better
like,
on the mic in wrestling, right?
Sean Strickland's fighting Israel Adesanya in Australia. That fight is confirmed. It's fucking done. The most non-PC fucking UFC fighter on the roster.
Israel Adesanya. The real question is, what cup size will his right boob be? A cup, B cup?
Is he a gyno cheater?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah. He says it was the pot that gave him gyno, but
that classic pot.
I can't.
And he didn't.
And then he's like, it's the pot that made my boob grow, and you're kind of gay for looking at my boobs.
He goes, "Why are you looking at my titty? Why are you looking at my titty?" With his New Zealand accent,
because it's a clear indicator of performance enhancing drugs.
That's a perfect answer.
Because it's swollen from gynecomastia. Probably because your estrogen's higher than my wife's. You fucking cheater. No one said that though. I am for the jumpstart, Carl. Like nobody can.
Is Sugar Shane O'Malley on the same card? I know they're both fighting.
O'Malley. I know he's
awesome
gonna face off.
Name.
I think he's got. Well, I mean, he named himself. So
Sugar Sean O'Malley. Well, don't they all get to name themselves?
Yeah, but some do better jobs than others. Yeah, he's gonna fight. Is it Aljamain Sterling for the belt? I think that Sean O'Malley is through he's had a Conor McGregor like rise in that through a course of accidents, bad judging, silliness, poor fight making, and Dana White's nonsense.
I'm a big Conor hater, but Conor won big fights fairly, knocked people out.
Yeah, but he was knocking a lot of the times. It would be like replacements or early, or they wouldn't have enough time to prepare for him. He got a pretty. He won the fights when it mattered. He knocked Aldo out in 13 seconds or whatever. He did all the things.
Eddie Alvarez.
As far as Sean O'Malley goes, I don't see him winning that fight against Aljamain Sterling. Although I don't think much of Aljamain Sterling either, so it shows what I fucking know. I still think Peter Yan's the man. Like Peter Yan's the best. He's lost 5 in a row. I think he's the baddest guy in the division.
That's funny.
I think they're cheating him. It's so blatant. It would be like an auto racing if he just won and they're like, nah. You didn't win. But I did. I'm here. They're not even here yet.
Tricky to measure a fighter that's losing like he does. Like his competition is so good. Like you can be the 4th best in the world and be on a 3-fight losing streak. It was just the 3 wrong guys.
Lots of people are, yeah. Conor is. I mean, if you look at who Conor's lost to, who's that bum that beat up Conor? I'm just using your own words here. I mean, come on.
Conor's so washed. Conor's last good fight was like Eddie Alvarez, maybe.
Who's the bad fighter that beat up Conor McGregor? Who's the one who's not a Hall of Famer who beat Conor McGregor?
Nate Diaz.
You don't think Nate Diaz is a Hall of Famer?
He's not.
I don't either. I don't think he should be. I think
loses
Nate
a
got,
lot.
Yeah, he loses a lot.
People just like him even though he loses. What's his record? Like
25 and 13 would be my guess. 26 and 13, something like that. Because I think he won
as a winning percentage amongst good fighters. That's so low. Bad. Yeah,
yeah. It's
people are kicked out of the UFC who have better records than that.
Oh, speaking of that, Derek Lewis got an 8-fight contract. The fuck is that? He's not gonna fight 8 more times.
No, he's not.
But kneeing that guy, the knee in that Russian in the mouth, or that Brazilian, whatever he was, definitely got him. I wonder how much back.
Do you know the size of the contract?
No, but I would bet money that he's making no more than $500,000 and no less than $250,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Okay. Like $250,000 to $500,000 a fight. I know Wonder Boy gets $250,000. That's what they owed him for that show money that they're not going to give him. What's fucking horse shit. McGregor's last. Yeah. I was just saying that McGregor has lost. I agree. He's washed. He should be done. He'll probably have a freak fight, which is basically what it'll be. But to close the show, he should fight Nate because he can win that. Do it at 200 pounds. Who fucking cares? Smoke Nate, retire out 2 out of 3, and
he should fight Nate because that's one of the few fights that's interesting. Like you don't want to see Conor McGregor against. Who would he fight in the UFC?
Michael Chandler is who he is set to fight right now, according to Dana White. Michael Chandler, and they just did the whole goddamn reality show, and Dana just reiterated Michael Chandler's Conor's next. We don't know. Yeah, but we don't know when. He's not in USADA. He's clearly fucking cheating. He's bloated. He's huge. He's muscular. He's thick. He looks like a middleweight or some shit. His attributes don't carry on when you switch to that body style and add 5 years to your your lifespan. It didn't make any sense to do what he did. He's not a wrestler who now will have such a powerful base. He's a fucking sniping assassin who like pops in and you're done.
But now he's slow.
Now he's slow.
And
now
he'll get tired quickly.
Now his gas tank, which was already, I think it's better than most people give it credit for. If you look at when it showed up against Nate 1, but Jesus Christ, it was Nate Diaz.
Nate 2.
Did it in Nate 2?
Maybe I misunderstand what you're saying. He was good. His gas tank was good in Nate 2.
We're in agreement then. Yeah, it got better. He worked on it. And then I didn't see him getting too tired against Mayweather either, but it can't be good now. What I think is he went on some super juice or something to fix that leg. And he has gotten addicted to how good you look in the mirror when you are on super juice. And
probably how he heals too. Like this is like a post-workout recovery. I mean, by healing.
Yeah.
So,
and he's probably hoping, and maybe even might be right, that he's going to get a Brock Lesnar like sneaky. Fuck you, Sada. We'll have this kind of fight under this rule set in this state, where Dana White gets to do whatever the fuck. Oh, it's Fight Island. The UFC 350 unrated. That's right. No referees. None of this counts for anything, but Conor's here.
Right.
I don't know what they'll do.
Live from what is that trench called? The really deep one. Mariana's Trench. Yeah. Conor versus whatever.
I like showmanship. I like freak fights, and it doesn't have to be a bum versus a fat guy. I like the idea of Fight Island. I wish they would fight on an aircraft carrier. I don't know why they don't partner up with the Navy, do that, and fight on the deck of an aircraft carrier with it moving and have those panning shots, drone shots.
That'd be hilarious if they ever see people walk down the aisle of a cruise ship that's tilting.
Yeah.
And they all walk sideways and drift.
Yeah.
I would love to see a fight where that happens.
I think they've done it. I think maybe they've done it before. Fights. I know they've had like Navy.
That'd work a little.
I don't think they're as wobbly as a cruise ship. I bet the U.S. military fixes that. I bet
the opposite. I bet cruise ships are designed for comfort and military ships are designed for something else. Speed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But they're loaded with bombs and planes.
So others aren't going to go off.
Let's keep her stable, boys.
The thing is, Kyle, I saw it in a YouTube video, so checkmate.
And also, Woody's explanation was compelling to me, and so I'm sold. Like that does make sense. Who's more apt? Who's more apt to depend or to really focus on making a comfortable walking place? Well, it's the people who have lots of consumers, not the Navy.
That's what it's always sunny in Philadelphia. Max wanting more peanuts. He's like, well, his chin's high, so I trust him.
Yeah. What's that Family Guy's character? Oh, Lord Underbottom, yes. That like really fancy guy. Lord Undertooth, that's what it is. Yeah. Just that classic rich guy voice. Carriers don't sit straight anyways, or always. Well, I didn't know that.
Well, anywho,
seems like they're always
I would like to see a location like that where they fought on an aircraft carrier, fought on a plane, like in the sky somehow, or
just no fans.
It's all right. Well, we're making a hard turn, boys. Like clearly,
yeah, they're gonna have to make turns during the fight. It's a wartime vessel.
Honestly, are you not blown away by how sharp a turn it appears to be making? And it's distorted by the movement of the camera rotating around, but still, like that thing's busting ass, hanging a hard left. I think you can see the deck warping. It's turning so hard. Like Jesus Christ!
I see what you're talking about. Yeah,
we got a dozen of those bitches, and I'm proud to be in them.
I wonder. So I've had this thought.
Fucking cool.
Do you remember at the beginning of the Ukraine war, people were like, "Are tanks even relevant? They're so easy to take out with these inexpensive rounds, et cetera, et cetera." Turns out tanks still matter. I have that thought about aircraft carriers. Like they haven't really been put to the test against a viable opponent in a while. Sure, we beat the fuck out of Iran in like the 90s or something. But they weren't a good test. What did they have? Frigates or something? Oftentimes like cargo ships converted to warships. Of course MiGs. We won. They did have MiGs, but we had planes up too. We got
harpoon missiles, I think. Oh no, I can't remember what the missiles were. So here's what happened. So the Iranians pissed us off.
They damaged one of our ships badly, and any other ship would have sank quite likely. I just watched a video on this, and but what happened is it just so happened that the crew on that ship, I guess the Navy has like competitive emergency repair like competitions, and these guys were the boss. So they're like
the winners.
They're like taking chains, and the ship was only held together by the deck. That it was like opening in the middle, and they're like chaining the ship back together, welding it and whatever. And they saved the ship. It didn't go down. There wasn't a single death.
A year later, it was back on the ocean and good to go.
Yeah. A few days or a few hours, they got it in port in like Dubai or something. And then like Kyle said, they took it to America, fully fixed it. And the thing did another like 15 years in service. So they badly damaged the ship and would have sank most, but it just so happened we had this.
It was a mine, by the way, an Iranian mine in international waters. We were escorting maybe Saudi oil, maybe our oil, French oil. It doesn't matter. Someone's oil. Our Navy was escorting it. Hit the mine. Now Ronald Reagan's mad.
So they decide to do a proportional response. We had a damaged ship. We sank half their Navy, and it was just like I don't know, like they had 3 oil rigs, but I guess these oil rigs were used for military purposes. And it's like, we're going to take out all 3 of these oil rigs and like one of their ships. And then like we take out one oil rig, we take out another oil rig, and we're taking them out so easily and fast that like our plans for taking them out aren't even working. Like on the first one, I think we damaged the rig. We sent some Marines on it with demolition, and they took out the first rig. Second rig, we have Navy SEALs who are going to do that same task, like put demo rigs on it and shit. But the boat shot the fuck out of it, and we're like, sorry, Naval SEALs, there's nothing left to sink. It's like done.
My favorite part is they call over, hey, get the fuck out of there. This is the United States Navy. We're blowing that shit up. And they're like, okay, we'll leave. Like, you got 15 minutes. They see that they're earnestly trying to leave. And they're like, okay, have 10 more minutes. Clearly, you're actually trying to get out of there. But then one asshole gets on like a 20 millimeter cannon, like a ship to ship, maybe anti-air kind of boop, 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 boop gun, cannon, and shot at the Navy vessel. They vaporized him instantly.
Yes. Yeah.
They made a point of that they hit him.
Yes.
Well, that does seem fair. If everybody else was trying to hustle, you don't want to blow the whole thing.
The capability impresses me, right? Like they were far away. Navy shit all happened. Like there was another point in the video I was watching, and they're like, this thing was 15 miles away, which in naval terms is point blank range, right? Like that's how they operate. But anyway, this thing was closer than that, I think. And they
were in visual range with this guy. They hit him with a cannon.
Yeah,
they returned
right at him.
Did he hit the boat?
I don't know if the anti-aircraft.
I think they said damage, but
nobody was hurt. Yeah, everything's fine. Yeah,
he shot.
They ruined the paint. And so then they bring in like their battleship, and I think we had planes sink the battleship, and then another battleship comes, and they're like, hey, we weren't even planning on sinking you, but like you should leave. And they're like, okay, we'll leave, but they don't. They keep coming, and they're like, well, that was a mistake. And they sank that thing with like dive bombing torpedoes from the sky or something. And then
the best part was at the end, because now out of nowhere, they finally find the ship they've been looking for the whole time. But now they've already wreaked havoc. They've gone way beyond
proportional.
They don't even need this to take this ship out anymore.
They don't need it anymore. So they call back, hey, we found the target, but we already wrecked their shit. You want me to come home? And they're like, yeah, come on home. Now, this is the part where you've got to read between the lines a little. That's when we went for a little close flyby just to make sure it was the ship we were looking for, which means we got real close to it with our plane and pissed them the fuck off. And then they shot at us. Because, we've been sinking them all day.
Yeah.
When they shot at us, the fighter pilot was able to, rules of engagement state that now we are engaged. I don't need to call back home. I'm in a fight. So he sank them.
And you think it was oh no, they're coming right for us, like thing.
He antagonized them by flying close and waited for them to shoot at him. And he's like, oh, they've engaged. Let's take them out. And he took.
What was that?
Out.
I think I heard something whiz past me. Damn.
But yeah, that's the day when the United States sank half the Iranian Navy.
I think there was a Navy ship from the Iranian side where, if I have the story right, we were like, look, we weren't going to sink you. If you just leave, we'll pretend we didn't see you. And they accepted those terms. I think that did happen.
Yeah, one definitely had enough sense to leave. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, our Navy wrecked Iran's Navy, but that's not a big surprise. I wonder what happens if it's China. Russia is known to have the second best Navy, unless that's out of date.
Man, every time I see a Russian boat, it's fucking tipped over to the side these days. The fear is those missiles that could hit our aircraft carrier, I guess, those hypersonic naval missiles.
That's where I started with the tank thing.
Well, I'm not impressed by the Russian hypersonic missile, clearly, because we can take those down. And you've seen all the crazy guns that are. It reminds me of The Expanse. They've got the cannons on the side that cut down the Navy ships have those. Have you seen the Reddit clip of one locking onto an airliner?
Oh, yeah. No. And they're like, oh, no. Yeah.
They're just trolling. They're being a little silly. It's definitely not loaded. They're important and everything. But it locks onto an airliner and it's like, and it's just this passive system that can do that. It's real cool. That thing shoots so fast.
Are any of our current allies good with their Navy? The England, they used to have the best Navy in the world. That was quite a ways ago now. Are we the only one really putting the power on the water?
China's
England, do they have
a lot of
France? I don't hear about them. Germany, I don't hear about them helping out in the Navy shit. But I also spend no time looking into Navy shit.
I know the Australians have a pretty interesting fleet. They just bought a ton of nuclear subs from us for a enormous amount of money. And but the Chinese, I keep hearing about when they spend money on their Navy, it's often a Navy that's meant to invade Taiwan. So it's landing vessels and craft that are meant for this. I don't know what the distance is, between them. It's not far though. And a certain kind of vessel can make that little hop over carrying troops. And I think they've been investing a lot in that. But you would think that it would be silly to kind of, try to compete with us at some point.
No, not compete, but from China, competing, yeah.
But I was a worthwhile friend.
Yeah. Is Germany helping? Is Germany oh, you will not believe this, America. We come up with something, make your boats even better. And it's like, that's great. You guys and your engineering, thanks for that, Germany.
Not
like, is that
kind of
happening?
So we all see what Zach wrote. Zach said the U.S. is 1, Russia, China are 2, 3, but we don't know the order.
Yeah.
Indonesia's 4, which I didn't know.
That makes sense.
And after that, like I can see why, maybe
By
not
what
England, but
statistic?
like France. Yeah, I don't know. India, Japan, and France after. France is 5, 6, 7th.
What I'm always impressed by our Navy and our military is that our military is designed to do its fighting on the other side of the planet, whereas a lot of militaries are built as defensive measures. Israel's army is built in a way to fight right where they fucking are. They have no business flying and fighting in Cleveland. They're never going to do it. But ours is built to not only do that, but do it really well. There's so many. I remember when the Russians had a submarine go down not all that long ago. They needed rescuing. They're down there on the ocean floor. And of course, they decline our help. We're the only people out there who can rescue submariners because their like rescue ship is rusting in the Baltic or up on the halfway to the North Pole. So much of their fancy shit that you need to keep running. Like the vessel that's meant to go and save submariners on the bottom of the ocean doesn't get a lot of work in because that doesn't happen much, right?
Yeah.
You gotta be a real deal kind of fucking Navy to keep that huge vessel, all the men on it. And don't imagine 100 men. Imagine many shifts,
200.
Hundreds of men, or maybe 1,000 men. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like aircraft carriers have 5,000 people on them. But we have all that stuff. And it always blows me away when they need a tool, they've got it.
Yeah, but they only have 5,000 people on there for now. Like, eventually, those things will be like remote controlled sea bases. And we'll be flying like drones directly off of them. Like, will we even need people there? Maybe like a couple of mechanics or something to like fix stuff in the.
I don't know what the 5,000. I think those 5,000 men are, repairing planes, loading planes, fueling planes, keeping the ship going. There is a nuclear reactor down there.
A lot of those men are there to serve the men.
That's true. We should leave
somebody's operating. Homer's down there with his hand on the switch,
But like, you take the pilots out of the planes. And suddenly, like, you need fewer cooks. Like, there's a multiplication. You need fewer people doing laundry and fewer people doing who knows what.
That's fair.
That's what happened eventually.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fucking cool. I've never seen one in person. Have either of you seen an aircraft carrier? I want to see.
I have from a bridge.
Maybe I bet
I have also
in Virginia. And what's the fucking big naval yard in Virginia? I bet if I went up there, I could see one if I timed it just right. I legitimately want to see one. They're so fucking big. That might be the most impressive thing that we make as humans.
So yeah, some of the commercial stuff's really big too.
The boats,
ships, like oil rig.
Yeah.
What the hell is the oil ship called? I can't think of the name of it. The ones that the oil tanker.
Yeah,
I'm going for. They can be really big.
Yeah,
some cargo ships.
But this one's nuclear powered, and it's full of billions of dollars of planes and shit. And there's 5,000 men on it. That's crazy. There's 5,000 men on it.
It's a city.
I bet it's cramped.
It's a city.
I bet if you're a 3, this is as a girl, you get anyone you want.
Yeah.
Oh, on a
bet
Navy
there's
ship?
like a 10 to 1 boy to girl ratio on the Navy ship. And if you're a 3, you're a 3 at sea is like a 9 at home.
A 3 at sea.
Do you think
that's what we call her? 3 at sea.
Can you imagine you're in the fucking Pacific? You hop on Tinder.
Fuck! It's just the same. It's just the same 4
girl. You've swiped right on the captain. It's like, fingers crossed.
Meanwhile, she has like 5,000 guys to go through.
Yeah.
You swipe left on all 4 of them, and it's like, would you like to expand your range by 3,000 miles?
Nautical miles.
If you can maybe reach the coast of Iran from here.
Now you get Polynesian fishermen on there. Yeah. I don't know. The Navy is one of the most impressive
everyone's jobs
that...
like, sup, I'm on a Navy ship. It's all the same. Yeah, that would be funny.
I think I think there was a controversy. Oh, we were talking about it with somebody. I think somebody got pregnant on a naval ship or something. I can't remember what the controversy is.
That probably happens all the fucking time.
Did you hear about that guy that got murdered by the, I think, FBI? yesterday.
Yeah,
murdered by them.
Maybe my choice of words is a little suspect. You don't know what happened.
I saw that story.
Show us that photo of him with his gas mask on, pointing his rifle at the camera.
Yeah, so this guy was making like real deal threats against Biden and some other people, like prosecutors. Not Trump, I don't think. The prosecutors were after Trump.
Oh.
Yeah, he was after Alvin Bragg, Biden. He was very favorite. He had a positive view of outlook on Trump, I think. Super duper positive. And they went to investigate him and talk about the death threats he's been issuing on Facebook. And, you know, he's there like all ghillie suited out. He said he was going to use his ghillie suit and his M2 to kill
Let me
Biden.
interrupt you because it makes it better. Yeah. His tweet was, I wonder if the FBI is still monitoring my social media. Just so you know, I'll be locked and loaded next time you come to visit. He tweeted that with like laughing emojis and stuff. By the way, the photo I saw of him, he's got an AR with that. Thank you for the fucking. That's the perfect tweet. This is a different tweet. Completely different Facebook.
He has so many tweets threatening to kill the FBI, President Biden, Alvin Bragg.
The photo I saw was intimidating, but that one there's fine.
Dude, the backgrounds are so funny. Like that's so
and so like if you just read through his socials, he's like the crazy threat. Of course they went to talk to him, and I guess as they went to talk to him, they ended up in a shootout as he promised that he would. And I don't know what happened play by play, but he's done.
I didn't see, and maybe I'm behind. I didn't see the FBI claim they were in a shootout, that they were shot at.
Yeah, they've been really quiet about the details of it, but I assume they didn't just start shooting.
I mean,
they at least saw a gun.
I would definitely they would say that. They'd be like, we were shot at, and so we neutralized. To not say that makes me think, okay, like what was going on?
Look at
this guy's clearly a fucking lunatic.
I got that patch.
What does it say? Infinity strong. Infidel strong.
Yeah.
They like come with one of his fucking clips he bought off Amazon. Is that like the resistance bands I bought? Iron Infidel with like a skull on them.
Yeah, something like that.
I have like a certain detest for this like fucking gravy seals who think that they're real warriors because they bought a tactical vest. Cardio, bro. You're gonna need cardio if you're gonna go.
I'm with you too. And I think I'm extra sensitive to it because I tried to avoid it, like doing it to myself over the years. Like there was a reason I like to wear Air Force Ones and a t-shirt when I did shit. I wasn't trying to be anybody. I wasn't, other than the one guy I was trying. That other guy I was trying to be.
Dimitri, maybe.
You know, I'm already playing a character. Let's at least be a a reasonable character who's not trying to be an army man for real. I like to say army man because it's fucking stupid. That's what he's doing. He's me at 4 with those green army men. That's what he's doing right there when he's got that helmet on with the goggles. Even you at 4
didn't think you were actually an army man, and he does.
I had high aspirations, Woody. You don't limit 4-year-old me. Okay, he's got big dreams. Don't tell him yet. I think that like that guy probably got murdered by the FBI, honestly, like you said, but he almost had it coming because he's on there saying crazy shit. They got to go check it out, and when you go to check it out, there's no way you're knocking. Like I've dealt with the feds a few times. A lot of times they'll show up in a polo shirt and just knock on the door. Hey, told you we were coming. Wanted to talk to you about this thing. This guy, I don't think he got that kind of visit. I think he got SWAT team showing up ready to rock and roll, and he probably twitched and got shot. It's interesting they haven't mentioned that he shot back. You know, don't show. Oh, you've got a clip that. Okay.
I just typed in FBI on Twitter and scrolled down to see if there.
Oh shit! Never mind. Okay.
Provo, Utah.
Yeah.
Government's scary.
Looks like they rolled up with some sort of SWAT team. It's fuzzy for the audience's sake, and it's dark. So 6 a.m. they had I don't know what to call it, bread truck. You know, the SWAT team with the paddy wagon, big black truck.
One of those big scary SWAT vans.
Yep. Yeah. And they were standing.
It's so fuzzy though. It's hard to tell.
Cover. I could identify maybe like 5 or 6 people standing around it.
But as far as who did what to who and when and where and why,
I have no.
There's only one explosion or one bang, but like it ends right after, so you don't.
Oh, I didn't have the audio on.
There's no. Yeah, at the end there's like a, but I'd assume that's the bang that the guy died where he was killed. But yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't threaten the FBI. They got
unless you're Trump.
I mean, be careful then too. His judge isn't too happy about the threats he's been making. He's getting trouble for that himself. Don't make any threats to anyone.
I don't think they've talked to him about it yet. It's scheduled. If I have my facts right, and sometimes I don't, he's like, hey, you come for me, I'm coming for you. And he hasn't met the judge yet.
It's good the FBI's taken like threats against the life of the president seriously again. Like, because for a long time you could just do that to Trump. Thousands of people did that on Twitter.
Do they?
Constantly.
Yeah. This guy's threat seemed a little more hardcore, right? Like posing with the guns, saying how he was going to do it with his ghillies.
People did that for Trump.
It was too many of them.
I'm not clued into that. My Facebook feed was filled with pro-Trump guys mostly.
Look, the FBI. I promise you this: the FBI did not at any point say, "Is he a lefty or a righty?" They love shooting people. All right, they don't. I promise you, they don't discriminate. They're coming to get you. They're coming to get you. So don't Facebook. Notify them that you're locked and loaded and ready for them. Say, have your lawyer go call them and say, Mr. Johnson,
because they want to shoot you. They want to shoot you.
It's all they do is train for it. Well, you've got to understand, it's their job. If you hear like your buddy in the army or military, that your army man friend.
Yes,
he'd love that.
Yes, he would love that. Yeah, army man friend.
Your Marine Corps fucking breacher point of the spear, motherfucker. You don't get to that position unless you want to. Somewhere along the way, they were like, hey, are you sure you're going out for D Delta 5R training? You're goddamn right I am. Well, you're the guy that goes in the front of the door with the 12 gauge, right? The Mossberg man. That's right. Yep. Well, all right then. Good day. He's going to kill people. It's like, you picked that job because that's what you're about, And those guys who were on an FBI counterterrorism team or whatever the fuck they're calling themselves these days, tactical response team. That's what I had the TRP pistol. They're looking to smoke some fools. That's what they're about.
What's the TRP pistol? What is it? What round is it?
A special version of a 1911.
Okay.
I don't even remember.
So but probably 45.
45, almost positive. Yeah. Smith & Wesson, maybe? It's been a long time ago. But yeah, you don't threaten the fucking FBI on Facebook. Don't threaten anybody on Facebook. So yeah,
he probably people. It's rude.
I hate to say he got what he deserved, but I'm not surprised by the outcome.
That's a good way to put it. I am not surprised by the outcome.
My money was on the dude to win.
You think so?
The gravy seal.
We'll see. It didn't. Based on that clip, it didn't look like a fight even started. Looks like
it would be like eliminated. If you had practiced basketball by yourself in your yard with a hoop your whole life, and you started like talking shit to LeBron James. You've never played a 1v1. You've never played multiplayer basketball. Play in your backyard. You shot the hoop.
Yeah.
Now it's time to play in the Final Four.
Multiplayer basketball.
By the way, let those guys from Duke know you're coming for them.
That's great. That's what someone who's really into basketball says. You want to play multiplayer?
Those motherfuckers qualify every year for the job that is to come get you. Do you understand that? There's only one. I always think about this when I kill a bug. Dude, don't fuck with me. I have a can of poison with your face on it. They made a can of kill juice and they put a picture of you on it because that's what it's designed to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the FBI is. Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone. That's what they do. So yeah, don't threaten people on social media.
Leave the FBI alone.
Yeah, I haven't been watching as much of the police shooting videos lately. I've been so into these goddamn
good.
Video
You need
games.
A break.
I've built up a nice library to go back and binge watch though. Now I think I'm gonna have one of these gummy ropes here in a minute and go see what's been shaking out on the streets lately. See if anything's been going awry.
I'm going on a big motorcycle trip. I'm very excited.
Oh, that's right.
That.
I wanted to talk about that earlier with our guest. He would have been interested in that. Yeah, you're doing some crazy dirt bike thing,
last year I went to do on bigger bikes because I rode the bike out there. and we were going to do some, Colorado mountain passes, something called the Colorado Backroad Discovery Route or something close to that. But it ended early for me because I broke my leg and had to get myself home, and that was hard. So my friend, one of the guys I went with last year, wants a rematch. There were some mountain passes that they couldn't make on their bigger motorcycles. So we're bringing the little ones this time, like basically street legal dirt bikes. And we're going to ride, I don't know, the toughest stuff we can find in Colorado. And I'm really excited about it. So I'll miss the shows next week, but outside of that, really excited.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited for you.
This time I want to not break a leg. And
go slow.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Well, if there's a jump to be made,
measured.
Let your partner take the jump.
Measured, I like a lot. Yeah. Don't take jumps that you don't know what's on the other side of the jump. That's a huge lesson.
Unless you want to. Unless you're pretty sure what's on the other side of it.
Yeah, Taylor, so many jumps went well that day where I didn't break a leg. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really jazzed about it. Yeah, all it takes one. Lesson learned.
That's awesome. Do you have any additional plans, like stuff you didn't do the first time through?
The mountain passes is what it's really about. I don't know. It's the hill climbs on the East Coast are fun, but it's rare that it takes more than like 2 minutes. There are 4-hour mountain climbs in Colorado. That's the kind of thing that should be pretty neat.
Yeah, and the altitude will be. Did you change anything on the bike?
I am
maybe a richer fuel mixture. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know.
No, you're exactly right. This bike is carbureted. If it was EFI, then the computer would adjust on the fly and it would all be fine. This bike is carbureted. It might need smaller jets because when there's less air, you need less fuel to keep that mixture right, just like you said. I Googled it, and a lot of people said that it should be fine. And I asked a motorcycle mechanic. This is a guy who does this for a living. And he didn't know like what jets it would hypothetically need. He's like, if it comes to that, you could maybe find a guy in Colorado, who does this. But he's in North Carolina and he didn't know what you need at 12,000 feet. So I'm just going to bring the bike out there and hope it runs well.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah.
If it doesn't, I'll spend the morning sorting that out.
Yeah. That's an interesting consideration. I always love that in fighting when they fight at altitude and it's this whole other.
Yeah, then there's me.
That's what I like about baseball. Every baseball field's different. Pitcher mound's always different. You're on this new surface. Ice skating or ice hockey, exact opposite. They make it perfect every time. Same fucking thing. Perfect.
As far as I know, yeah.
Right?
I mean, in America.
Dimensions don't change. It's the complete opposite. You go to Fenway Park, you go to I don't even know what we call our, is it Truist anymore? They're all fucking different. And I love that. I like the different experience that every one of them.
Did you tell me they change it for certain teams? Like if this guy is just known for hitting homers at right field, they put a wall up.
So one thing they'll do in a lot of the enclosed stadiums, they can turn the air conditioning on and literally blow the balls in or out based on who's hitting or
you get a tailwind if you're the home team and a headwind if you're the away team?
I think the deal is you give your team the wind and you don't to the other team. I think would probably be the more likely practice. Seems real cheaty if you're boosting yours but not theirs.
This whole thing is cheaty. Like the fact that you would have a sport that isn't played on a uniform surface and then to pretend that stats in this sport matter is kind of funny. That's right?
The thing. Like if I'm the Giants and Barry Bonds is going for the home run record, suddenly they're like, what's with the little league fences? Why is 150 feet a homer? It's Barry Bonds is going to bunt number 71.
The goddamn Detroit Red Wings are going to win the cup again because they fucking did that shit where they put a soccer net on the other side. It's impossible to save the puck in Detroit. They just moved the net, and it's like, oh damn, someone else thought of it like that. And I'm gonna piss off baseball people here, but like, it's just when I realized that people lived or played their whole career and were like hitting dingers in Fenway, which is a short park, I think in Boston maybe. Like, and then they put them on the same level as someone who played their whole career in, I'm making this up, I don't know, Cincinnati, and got a similar amount of home runs, but the Cincinnati one's huge. Like, so it would be is that taken into account in like baseball stats where they're like,
No.
well, you know what? This
No.
guy's home runs were coming from a 400-foot wall. This guy was 418.
Well, baseball stats don't translate anyway. They just don't, because they keep changing the fucking equipment and the gear and the rules. I mean, now they're doing a thing where I think when you go to extra innings, they just throw a runner on second.
That's
really
fun. I like that.
So how can you compare the guy with the most RBIs this year to the guy from most RBIs last year? It's not fair,
that right? That blows me away. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. But
again,
maybe I misunderstood what I was watching.
That's a good addition. I like
Taylor
that.
confirmed it's right, and they added it last year. Taylor, as far as stats go, now in overtime, they just play 4v4 in hockey. Like, that's a big difference. Now there's shootouts.
3v3. Yeah.
Wait, it goes to 3v3. What, second overtime? How does that work?
In the regular season, overtime is 3v3. And then if it doesn't finish in 3v3, they do the shootout. And
So,
3v3 it used to be 4v4. Like
it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't. Just the baseballs alone. If you took everything out of the equation, the difference in the ball itself. I've talked about how the ball last year, I think, or maybe it was the year before, there were different balls for regular season and postseason play. Like they can't even keep the ball consistent within a season, much less over the decades. Going back to those. What kind of gooey ass ball of yarn were they hitting in 1910, dude?
Right.
Compared
to one of those pink bouncy balls in a few years.
some gooey ass ball.
Maybe it had more pop than what we have. Maybe they used a goddamn, I don't know, like maybe they used a rubber ball one year. Just like, let's have some fun. When there was I know there was that that year. What's the Tom Hanks movie? A League of Their Own. There was the A League of Their Own year, which I'm not sure if that really happened, if they switched to lady baseball. Do they count any of those stats? Probably not. Wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
You ever watch that movie and feel sorry for those ladies? Wish they got to play ball forever.
I have not seen that movie.
It's like during World War II.
Did they cancel
baseball.
the league?
Yeah, they canceled the league when the men came back. Yeah, and all these women. But for a brief, few years, there were these women who got to be stars of a sport that people watched.
Baseball.
Well, they have that now. The WNBA.
Like I said,
sport that people watch.
There was that one time in history when that happened, where
you know how the algorithm works.
The Olympics.
If you watch a video, whatever, they're like, oh shit, Kyle really likes tire inflation videos. Well, lucky for him, we're gonna fill his whole feed with it. Well, YouTube got the idea that I just love watching people shit on the WNBA, and it's just them talking about how they want to get paid more, and then reasons why they shouldn't be paid more. Again and again. I've seen hours of this footage now. I can't not click on it.
An expert.
And they don't deserve more money. Their league doesn't make any money.
And they just lost. They went out 16th place or something.
Wait, I'm confused.
Women's soccer?
Lost.
Is that? Oh, I meant all women. Just as okay.
Yeah.
All women's sports.
Yeah. I thought all women are overpaid. I didn't know you meant.
Not even in sports. Style means like
not sports.
Soccer thing. I guess they got more money, or like I don't know. Yeah. They got some sort of change in their compensation program, and then they played worse. So everyone's rejoicing in their you bitch so much you didn't win.
Yeah, I could not care. Like I saw that clip where they're like, "Did you see the pink-haired soccer woman missed the kick?" And it's like, I could not care less. Like if she had hit the best dinger, like the perfect shot,
if she
I would have scrolled by it the same. Like I didn't know if we were in the championship, if that mattered, and even if we were, it doesn't matter.
I don't know what the competition is.
Yeah,
I don't know where it was held. I don't know who we lost to.
I think we didn't get out of the first round.
Then they should all lose their jobs. We're supposed to be good at women's soccer. We can't be kicked out of the first round.
I think they won like twice in a row, and then they went out in 16th place in the tournament.
I think we usually win, and we almost always finish top 2, except this year.
Our women's Olympic hockey team is pretty good. Not as good as fucking Canada's, but pretty good. I'd say we're probably second best in the world. Probably a pretty significant second.
Who's the second best hockey team in the world?
Ooh, I mean Canada number 1.
that, it gets hard.
Sweden, Russia,
could be any one of them.
Sweden and Russia all will like trade around a bit. Like of that, like Sweden's probably the most impressive because it's far and away the smallest of those 3 countries, and they just have a robust hockey culture. So yeah, Sweden's always doing good, and they're like they seemingly are taller. Like they have like tall.
Have you seen
teams.
Free Alaska? Speaking of your movie negligence,
I feel like I have. Is that the hockey one?
Yeah.
Yes, then I've seen that one. Yeah, where they play the Rangers.
They play the Rangers. They skate to school. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that was a good one. I bet that's way better than those other hokum movies you're telling me to watch, Kyle. Tombstone.
Favorite or second favorite hockey movie.
That's a good hockey. Well, Miracle would be my favorite hockey movie. Yeah.
Yeah, that one is the one that might be my favorite too.
Tombstone is a top 3 all-time Western, by the way. Just saying. It has to be. It's on the Mount Rushmore of Westerns. 100%.
I'm not gonna watch it.
It is the greatest depiction of
Guess what? It's happening after this. I'm going to go pay homage to Dale Gribble by starting season 1.
That's perfect. Let's end on that.
Okay.
PKA 660. Check out the links in the description. Buy our